Why is he doing it? Declaring an emergency grants the president additional statutory authority. Donald Trump is using these authorities to fast-track pipelines and drilling in the Gulf of Mexico. But there is nothing in this declaration to support fossil fuels' cleanest competitor, wind and solar. If Trump doing the bidding of billionaires wasn't bad enough, his so-called emergency will also raise the electric bills of thousands of families. Wind and solar is the cheapest energy in the world, and those cheap prices get passed on to the families who take advantage of it. I know personally. A few years ago, my wife and I made the decision to install solar panels on the roof of our home. Our home project gave union workers in my community a good paying job, and it was just one project contributing to hundreds of thousands of jobs created under the Biden administration. Since Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act was enacted 2.5 years ago, more than 1.5 million Americans have installed solar panels. Was it a good idea? Well, I compared the electric bills that I've been receiving in my home before and after the solar panels. Before the solar panels were installed on my roof, the monthly bill was about $115 for electricity. Now it's $15 because of the solar energy. Every one of these installations also helped to create good-paying jobs for electricians, carpenters, and other workers. And supplying those panels created thousands of new jobs at factories around the country. But President Trump is not impressed. He wants to eliminate those jobs. We have an opportunity to undo the harms of one of the President Trump's many lies today. I want to thank Senator Kaine of Virginia for leading this effort. We need to raise up American workers, lower utility bills, and put America back on track to lead the world in clean energy. I urge my colleagues to support the Kaine measure. Mr. President, I'd like to address a separate issue, separate in the congressional record. On January 6, 2021, a solemn constitutional proceeding was disrupted when a mob of thugs, egged on by President Trump, attacked and trashed the U.S. Capitol in an attempt to overturn the results of a presidential election. The grim result of that insurrection was the subsequent death of 5 law enforcement officers and injuries to approximately 140 others, many of whom are still paying the price to this day. It came as a shock when on the first day of Donald Trump's presidency, he issued a blanket pardon for those who had been convicted for that January 6th attack on the Capitol. We all saw the videos, we all saw the photographs. Here's an illustration of one of them. Listen to what President Trump said about 1,600 pardons at a recent press conference when he was asked, why did you pardon all those people who attacked the police officers in the Capitol building? He said, quote, I pardoned people who were assaulted themselves. They were assaulted by our government. They didn't assault. They were assaulted. What I did was a great thing for humanity. The American people overwhelmingly disagree with the president, and they disagree with his decision. 83% of them oppose the pardons that he gave. That includes 70% who lean Republican in their voting. Despite this overwhelming opposition, the Justice Department has now broadened the scope of President Trump's pardons for January 6 rioters to include separate charges stemming from searches conducted during those investigations. I'll describe a couple of them to you. Federal prosecutors recently dropped explosives and firearm crimes being pursued against 2 January 6 defendants pardoned by President Trump, Daniel Ball and Elias Kostians. Ball and Kostians had both been charged in separate proceedings with illegally possessing weapons that law enforcement discovered during the January 6 related search. Ball had been accused of throwing, quote, an explosive device that detonated upon at least 25 officers during the Capitol riot and of forcefully shoving police who were trying to protect the Capitol. Ball was barred from possessing firearms because of his prior criminal record. Listen to this prior criminal record of a man who was pardoned by Donald Trump. Before January 6, Ball was convicted of domestic violence battery by strangulation, resisting law enforcement with violence, and battery on law enforcement officer. And President Trump says that poor man was assaulted by the police. Does it sound like it? Remember, President Trump told us Ball and his fellow rioters were the actual victims. No wonder so many of the January 6 perpetrators have shown a stunning lack of remorse. Just last Friday, just a few days ago, a number of these pardoned individuals decided to hold their own press conference outside the U.S. Capitol to announce their intent to sue the Justice Department for prosecuting them for this. Dangerous individuals, including former Proud Boy leader Enrique Tarrio, who'd been serving a 22-year sentence for seditious conspiracy before the Trump pardon. Proud Boy Ethan Nardine, who'd been serving an 18-year sentence. Dominic Pizzola, the first rioter to breach the building on January 6. He was serving a 10-year sentence for stealing a police riot shield and using it to break a window. I'll bet you saw that video. I did. The group paraded through the Capitol after their press conference, following the same route they took on January 6, 2021. They posed for photos, chanting as they did that day, quote, "Whose house? Our house." And after the press conference, Mr. Tarrio was even arrested again outside the Capitol for assaulting a female counter-protester. Tarrio also posted a video of himself stalking Michael Fanone and Harry Dunn, former police officers who had defended the Capitol on January 6. Tarrio was following them through the lobby of a hotel where the officers were attending a conference. While Tarrio followed them, he was calling out at them that they were cowards and telling them to keep walking. Does this sound like a man ashamed of his actions on January 6 and full of remorse? Does this sound like an innocent victim of assault? No, this sounds like a man who now thinks he is above the law with his Trump pardon and expects to be bailed out by President Trump for every crime he decides to commit. In another horrifying turn, the same hotel that I discussed earlier where these rioters were stalking policemen had to be evacuated after someone claiming to be MAGA emailed a threat about 4 bombs, 2 in the hotel and 1 at Officer Fanone's mother's mailbox. After listing the names of several of the conference attendees and singling out Officer Fanone, the email said they, quote, "all deserve to die." These are men and women in police forces who risked their lives for members of the Senate and the House of Representatives on January 6. The perpetrator of this source of this tweet claimed to be acting, quote, "to honor the January 6 hostages recently released by Emperor Trump," his words. And these are just last week's updates on the January 6 rioters President Trump pardoned. The list of crimes committed by these thugs just keeps growing longer and longer. We must be clear that these individuals are a threat, and the more power and freedom they're given, the more danger they pose to our democracy, and the law enforcement officers and families of those officers that they are harassing. Just this month, dozens of January 6 offenders joined forces on social media to compile and publicize the identities of at least 124 individuals who had been involved in their convictions, including prosecutors, judges, and FBI agents. The post, which has received 60,000 views, included names, photos, disparaging remarks, and demands for accountability. In January, another pardoned January 6 defendant who pleaded guilty to assaulting police officers, Ryan Nichols Sr., identified in a Twitter post, quote, "officers in the D.C. jail who need to be investigated for corruption and abuse," end quote, adding the names and LinkedIn profile photos of 2 D.C. jail employees. This is stalking and harassment of law enforcement, men and women who were assigned to this Capitol to protect us. The men and women who bravely defended the members of this body deserve better than this, and we should honor them for their heroic efforts on that day, not excuse the rioters who attacked this chamber and the ideals it represents. Government employees should not fear for their safety or that of their families for simply doing their job. I hope that all of us, regardless of our political persuasion, will finally agree on one thing. Violence has no place in a democracy, and Donald Trump's pardon of these 1,600 January 6 attackers is not only an insult to the Capitol Police, who risked their lives to stop them, but has emboldened these convicts to harass these officers and their families. Mr. President, the question for the Senate is simple. Whose side are you on, the police or the rioters? I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, I'm going to state the obvious. The United States has real energy needs. We've got to produce enough reliable energy to make utility bills affordable for families and to bring online the advanced manufacturing and data centers that are powering our economy and will power our economy into the future. We're seeing this in Arizona. The demand for energy keeps going up. It's going up rather quickly. Now, here's the good news. The United States is producing more energy than ever before. We're using everything at our disposal. We're finally bringing the manufacturing of solar panels and batteries and wind turbines back to America. Now that creates great paying jobs across the country, jobs that you can actually raise a family on, jobs that are in places like Arizona and Oklahoma, Colorado, and Texas. And we're investing to develop new technologies to produce even more energy. Now, for years, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have raised very legitimate concerns about the need to reform our permitting processes to cut red tape and unleash American manufacturing. Well, Mr. President, here's the bad news. President Trump is now throwing red tape around our energy production, which will raise utility bills and send American manufacturing back overseas. One of his first actions as president, one of the first things he did was to block approvals of new wind projects on federal lands and then freeze loans and freeze grants for clean energy projects. He's making permitting harder or impossible. Mr. President, that's the opposite of what my Republican colleagues, your colleagues, wanted done. Now, he also wants to change the definition of energy to only include fossil fuels. Mr. President, it's 2025. We all need to live in the real world. More than 90%, get this, 90% of new energy production connected to the grid last year was renewable energy. And it takes 3 or 4 years just to build a natural gas power plant. There's no good reason to block wind projects, to block solar projects that, by the way, are already underway to bring more energy to American homes and businesses. President Trump, what he is doing is he's trying to pick winners and losers. When it comes to energy, he wants to decide. And the winners are fossil fuel companies and China. And the losers, Mr. President, the losers, that's everybody else. That's you, that's your family, that's your business. And families especially. Families are going to face higher utility bills. And manufacturers, they're going to lose the support that they were relying on. And workers are just going to see their jobs go back overseas. You think China doesn't want to make more of this stuff and sell it to us? Of course they do. They will be happy to do that, and we will pay the price. They would love to see President Trump drive clean energy manufacturers that are in America out of business. China would want us to cancel our manufacturing plants and cancel these energy projects. Mr. President, we should not let this happen. We've got an opportunity this week to turn this around. So I'm going to be voting for Senator Kaine and Senator Heinrich's effort so that we can focus on our energy future. Now, fortunately, there is so much that we agree on. The need to modernize our power grid, to bring manufacturing back to America, to create jobs and reduce our reliance on imports, and to develop the energy technologies of the future right here in the United States of America, not in another country, not in China. And all of this supports American jobs. And at the same time, it keeps utility bills low for American families. Now, some of it will require us to cut some red tape and make things more predictable and efficient for utilities and for energy producers. Me and many of my colleagues, we have shown that we are willing to work on these reforms on a bipartisan basis. So let's do it. And Mr. President, not you, but the President of the United States, let's reverse these short-sighted, targeted attacks on our energy supply. And if we do that, I know that we can work together and continue to expand the amount of energy this country has at its disposal and bring down the prices for American families and American businesses. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Colorado.
President, before I speak on the matter in front of us, I wanted to say that on roll call vote 89, I voted aye. It was my intention to vote no. Therefore, I ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to change my vote since it will not affect the outcome.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my colleagues. I want to come down here and talk a little bit about energy with my colleagues in the Senate today. And part of the reason why is that, as you know, Mr. President, others knows, the President of the United States has declared an energy emergency, and he did it on the day he was inaugurated here in the Capitol, on a day when he had lots of comments about the fact that God had saved him so that he would be there to be inaugurated, that this is going to be the greatest moment in American history, and that we had an energy emergency because there was an insufficient production of oil and fossil fuels. And as anybody who reads the newspaper in America knows, and there may not be anybody left who has access to a paper, but I encourage you to do it. It's a lot better than what you're reading on Twitter these days. The United States has actually produced more oil than we ever have produced in our history. In fact, Mr. President, last year, the Biden administration, we produced more oil than any country in the history of humanity. The same is true for natural gas. The same is true for LNG exports. The United States produces more oil than any other country in the world. We produce more natural gas than any other country in the world. We are the leading exporter of liquefied natural gas, which, by the way, has been incredibly important recently because we have allowed our allies in Europe to get off the Russian oil that they were on and replace that with liquefied natural gas produced by American citizens, exported by American citizens to break the back of Putin's ability to restrain Europe's participation in the war because we were able to replace half their energy. I'm so glad that we were able to do that. And we are also the world's leading producer of renewable energy as well. And we have seen a huge amount of growth in solar, a huge amount of growth in wind. And I like to think of Colorado as the place that started an awful lot of that. And we are both a producer of fossil fuels and a producer of renewables. And we know it takes everything to drive this economy, but we want to do all of this in a way that's cognizant of the very real climate issues that our globe faces and that our country faces. And the good news for the United States is there is no country in the world that is better positioned to lead the transition of our energy economy in this world than the United States of America. We are the wealthiest country in the world. We have the biggest and most abundant supply of fossil fuels and non-fossil fuels. We are less corrupt than almost any country on the face of the planet, and especially less corrupt than economies that are dominated by petrochemicals and by oil and gas around the world. We are the innovators in the world. We have a commitment to the rule of law. All of that puts us in this incredible position to lead. And I believe 30 years from now or so, we're going to be in a place where we're able to say, not just to the American people, but to the world, that we are net zero from a carbon point of view, and that we were able to get there through American technology and through American leadership and American ingenuity and American exports, that we took a strategic approach, that we had a plan that made sense, and that we captured along the way every molecule that we could find of fugitive methane from oil and gas and from agriculture and from landfills, that we said yes to wind and solar, that we said yes to nuclear and yes to geothermal, that we said yes to investing in emerging technologies like hydrogen, like carbon capture, and like the carbon dioxide removal bill that I have with my friend Lisa Murkowski from Alaska, which just goes to show you can have a bipartisan approach. That we can move to a position of real leadership that can help us create an economy again, that America, when it grows for everybody, not just the people at the very top, because we've got good energy jobs that are concerned with the production of oil and gas and the production of all those other forms of energy. And by the way, just on that point, and I'll be brief here, Mr. President, because I know my colleague from Massachusetts wants to speak, on that subject, this Senate is about to get rid of the common sense methane regulations that were passed in the last administration that are based on the work, that fee based on the work that we had done in Colorado, working with industry, as the last administration did, to create certainty, to create predictability, to send a message to the world that we want American gas to be the cleanest gas of any gas in the world. And having us capture that fugitive methane is a hugely important part of that. We are saying no to that now. We are saying yes to the air pollution that's going to result. We are saying yes to the climate pollution that will result. I say to my colleague from Massachusetts while she's here, I take no pleasure, and the president knows this, from the fact that Donald Trump is our president. I regret that he is our president, but he is our president. And one of the ways he got to be our president is that he was elected twice. And in fact, more people voted for him this time than voted for him the last time. I regret that. I am sorry for that. And I think there are lots of reasons for that. But I think one of the reasons for that is that there is a mythology out there that the Democratic Party believes that we're going to turn fossil fuels off yesterday, or that we're going to turn fossil fuels off next week, or that we don't respect the men and women that work in our energy fields or in our energy processing across the country. If there are Democrats that feel that way, I disagree with them. Because the worst thing we could do at this moment, when we have the energy abundance that we have, when we have the economic freedom we have, when we have the lack of corruption that we have, the worst thing we could do is elect a climate denier to be president whose most creative approach to energy was Sarah Palin's shop-worn drill, baby, drill, which is what he announced under the dome of the United States Capitol the day he was inaugurated president, and said completely untruthfully that we were in an energy crisis, when what we have is an energy abundance and no excuse for not leading the rest of the world in making sure that this transition on net zero carbon is accomplished, and that we do it in a way that protects our economy, that we do it in a way that protects our national security, that we do it in a way that recognizes the contribution that people have made for generations in Northwest Colorado and all over our economy to be able to drive this economy forward. And to the extent that the failure is a failure of the Democratic Party to make clear our position, I want to own that failure and that responsibility. It's not Donald Trump's fault that he was elected. He ran, he won. We own some of the fact that he got elected. And I think on this issue, we have not communicated clearly to the American people what we believe. And as a result of that, once again, our children and grandchildren have a climate denier in the White House, even though a majority of the American people believe that climate change is real and that we should be doing something about it. And those of us that are advocates on this side have to be very clear, much clearer. He said poorly and unclearly, but let me say again, have to be much clearer about what we stand for, which is for a transition that makes sense and that science commands, and for the respect of people that are working in the energy industry, no matter what part of the industry they're working in. And the fact that Donald Trump, even when oil is at $73 a barrel at his inauguration, and we're producing more than we've ever produced in the history of mankind from the United States, thinks we're in an energy emergency, or he claims that we are, surprises me not at all. Since he said he was going to drive prices down, the price of eggs are so high today as we meet here, you need a mortgage practically to buy a dozen eggs in the United States of America. We can do better than that, and we can do better than his drill, baby, drill energy policy. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank the senator from Colorado for your energetic leadership in this area. I'm very grateful for your voice on this and for the work you do for the people of the country and also for everybody around the world. We've got to deal with this problem, so thank you. I rise today in support of Senator Kaine and Senator Heinrich's resolution to terminate Donald Trump's executive order declaring a national energy emergency. I just want to start by being clear about what's going on here. Donald Trump promised to gut our environmental laws if big oil CEOs gave him $1 billion for his campaign. He was quite open about this. How could he do that? Well, he's figured it out. He declared an emergency that he has focused on. That emergency will give him a chance to pay those oil executive CEOs back. Now, this order is not a serious attempt at lowering anyone's energy costs. And you know how I know this? Because a true strategy to lower people's costs would include clean energy sources like wind and solar, which this order deliberately excludes. So, what does this executive order do? It lets big oil and gas companies off the hook on following our environmental laws and regulations. And those are the rules that make sure that you have clean air to breathe and clean water to drink. Why would Donald Trump do this? It is simple. He does not care about lowering anyone's costs or helping create good jobs. All he cares about is his rich as hell, those are his words, his rich as hell donors and helping them make more money. Let's be clear, energy prices are too high. Americans are feeling those high prices. Energy prices have been on the rise for the past decade. In the last year, 1/3 of Americans have had to cut back on necessary spending in order to pay their energy bills. Americans are looking for real solutions. And that is why Democrats got to work and passed the biggest climate package in the history of the world to unleash American innovation and to support a clean energy future. Now, America is producing more energy than ever before, including through offshore wind projects off the coast of Massachusetts. And we're creating good jobs while we're doing it. Clean energy jobs are now over 40% of all the energy jobs in the United States. They are growing twice as fast as other industries. But Donald Trump is now trying to unravel all of that progress. Why? In order to please his big oil and gas donors. And this sham will have real consequences for our communities, raising energy costs and cutting American jobs. Look no further than Somerset, Massachusetts, to see what is happening. At Brayton Point in Somerset, there's an old coal-fired power plant that closed down years and years ago. But a private company called Prysmian has decided that they want to turn part of this plant into a factory to build undersea cables to support American offshore wind farms. They want to build the cables so we can bring that power in and use it, that clean power in, and use it here in the United States. That project would be transformative for Somerset. It would create about 250 to 300 good manufacturing jobs and would deliver more than $10 million in annual tax revenues. That's a big deal for a small town. So, for the last few years, local officials and our Massachusetts federal delegation has been working hard with the federal government to help turn that idea into a reality. Last month, the company suddenly announced they're ending the projects. No more jobs, no more tax revenue. And why? Because of Donald Trump's attacks on clean energy. Somerset's experience is just one of the experiences felt by many communities all around this country. Yes, Somerset will bounce back, But Donald Trump is cutting jobs and raising energy costs on communities all across this country just to please his oil and gas donors. And it's communities like Somerset that are paying the price for that. Make no mistake, we will fight back. That is why Democrats are here today. That fight starts with ending this sham of an executive order. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on Senator Kaine and Senator Heinrich's resolution. And with that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Oregon.
here is the question. Do we pursue the 20th century energy vision featuring dirty, expensive fossil fuels? Or do we pursue the 21st century energy vision featuring inexpensive and clean, renewable energy? Trump's energy emergency declaration is about one thing. He's choosing the strategy of dirty, expensive fossil fuels. You know, he asked the powerful big oil companies to contribute $1 billion to his campaign, and now he's paying them back at the expense of the American people. Families lose, billionaires win. The plan features giving fossil fuel companies the power to seize public lands. It features giving fossil fuel companies the power to skip environmental assessments that show how their projects will poison the air, pollute the water, kill wildlife, and despoil our ecosystems. It's the plan of giving fossil fuel companies the power to bypass the public comment period so the public can't weigh in about the terrible ideas the fossil fuel companies are putting forward. So the public can't weigh in about the drilling rigs and the leaky pipelines and the export terminals polluting their communities. This is not government of, by, and for the people. It's government of, by, and for the oil and gas companies. Families lose, billionaires win. This emergency declaration is certainly a sham because renewable energy costs less than fossil fuel energy. The International Renewable Energy Agency found that the cost of new wind or solar is at least 30% cheaper than the cost of running most fossil coal plants. So it's no surprise that in 2024, 94% of the new energy on the grid came from renewables, from harnessing the power of the sun and the wind. Prioritizing expensive fossil fuels over cheap renewables drives up the price of energy that families pay on their bills every month. That's Trumpflation. Exporting more fossil fuels mean families pay more at the pump and they pay more to heat their homes. That's Trumpflation. And burning more fossil fuels intensifies climate chaos and wildfires and hurricanes. It blows the top off the cost of insurance for people's homes as insurers flee the markets. That's Trumpflation. Meanwhile, fossil fuel companies make even bigger profits. Families lose, billionaires win. You know, this is not a red state or a blue state issue. Since August 2022, investments from the Inflation Reduction Act have created more than 400,000 clean energy jobs, with more than half of those jobs in red states. In fact, 19 of the 20 congressional districts at the top for clean energy investments are represented by my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle. What are the top 3 states overall in clean energy job growth? Idaho, Texas, and New Mexico. 2 out of those 3 states represented by Republicans in this Senate. For wind energy, it's Texas, Iowa, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Illinois. 4 out of 5 states represented in this Senate by Republicans. For solar energy, it's California, Texas, Florida, North Carolina, and Arizona. 3 out of 5 of those states represented by Republicans. So this is not a blue versus red situation. Nearly 3.5 million Americans now work in the clean energy field, more than 1 million of those jobs in red states. And it's estimated that these investments will continue to create hundreds of thousands of jobs across the country. Prioritizing fossil fuels will kill this job growth for working Americans. So this strategy, this energy strategy, this is an energy strategy in which families lose, billionaires win, and there are far fewer good-paying jobs for Americans. And by the way, prioritizing fossil fuels is helpful to China. If we have a national energy emergency, we shouldn't be fueling our competitors by selling our energy to China to make their economy run better. If we have an emergency, we shouldn't cede the future of clean energy and all the jobs it will create and the less expensive energy it creates to China. We would want to make these products here and export them to the world, not have to buy them from China, helping China's economy grow at the expense of our own. This phony national emergency declaration comes down to this. Do we want families to win, or do we want billionaires to win? Let's come together on red states and blue states together, say we want these jobs, we want this clean energy, we want this less expensive energy for Americans because we are fighting for the families, not for the billionaires. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Senator from Vermont.
you know, there's 2 issues. One is about the policy, the energy policy that the Trump administration is announcing. And we can have a debate about that. I'm in full support of the comments that my colleagues have made. But there's another issue that in many ways is more important. And that issue is whether this United States Senate will accede to relinquishing its authority as a separate and independent branch of government to a president who tries to seize that power by claiming a phony emergency. What justifies this action as far as President Trump is concerned, and legally, is the assertion that we have an energy emergency. And by invoking that term, he's saying to Congress, get lost. This needs immediate attention that only the executive can give. And getting lost means that we don't act as an independent branch of government and fulfill the constitutional responsibility we have to be separate, independent, and a check and balance on executive power. That is a separate question from whether members agree or disagree with the drill baby drill policy. But it's fundamental to the well-being of our democracy. And Congress in the past has never come close to relinquishing that authority. And whether you're a Democrat or Republican, if you are a United States Senator, you have to defend the institution, not because it's good for me or you or any other member of the Senate, but it's good for America. We rely on that system of checks and balances. So the question is it an emergency? And as my colleagues have laid out, no. We've never had more production of power in our history. We're exporting power. The power situation is not an emergency. There's power abundance. Now, second thing, as many of my colleagues have said, there are real consequences because essentially what the president is doing is going all in on fossil fuels and casting aside the opportunities that come, economic opportunities as well as cleaner climate opportunities with clean energy. I'm not going to repeat all of the information provided by starting with Senator Kaine, but it's true. And you know, selling out, as some of my colleagues say, to the fossil fuel industry, you know, the president was reported to have said, get me $1 billion. What I don't understand is why you would kill jobs in the clean energy sector that is producing cheaper power in good jobs. There's no justification for an executive or a member of Congress doing that. The other final point is that we are having this bizarre debate about whether there's a climate situation caused by carbon emissions. Reality is, we all know it is happening. We're all victimized by these wild weather events. And there's only two explanations that explain the actions of the administration. One is they just favor fossil fuels no matter what. A lot of truth to that. The other is there's a lack of confidence on the administration about the capacity of the American people, the American innovators, the American entrepreneurs to take full advantage of solving the issue of climate change by building out clean energy, by doing efficiency. That really, really works. And you know, a confident person, a confident country doesn't deny problems exist. They acknowledge them, face them squarely, and then solve them. And in the process of doing that, they all end up better when you have a stronger economy as well. So there is no emergency. We must stand first for the separation of powers and the authority of Congress and not allow us to be stripped of that by an executive. And second, we have to have a wise policy that is going to create jobs to be sustainable for our economy and for our future. I yield back.
From Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is an issue that I have spoken about so often on this floor, and it is one that should concern each and every one of us, and that is the issue of human trafficking and sex trafficking that is happening in this country. And what we have learned is that today in the United States, a child is either bought or sold for sex every 2 minutes. Now think about that. And think about the harm that is happening to children because of this amount of human trafficking and sex trafficking. What we also have learned is that globally, this has turned into a $150 billion a year business. This is something that we also have learned affects every town, city, community in our nation. It is pervasive. In Tennessee, my home state, there were 1,170 reports of human trafficking through November of last year. And that is according to the data we have from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. Now, that number was actually down from the number in 2023, which had been 1,432 reports, and that was because of the effort that our Governor, Bill Lee, the Tennessee General Assembly, and the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation made into fighting this human trafficking and trying to bring an end to what truly is modern-day slavery. But unfortunately, what we saw as we looked at the data was that last year's total of 1,170 was still 62% higher than the number in 2019. So, as we have looked at this in recent years, what you have seen is an explosion of human trafficking and sex trafficking in this country. While we know that human trafficking has been a problem over a period of time, the concern is this heinous crime and how it has exploded in the recent past. Now, there are some reasons and some contributing factors to the escalation rate in these numbers. And one of them is during the Biden administration, basically they surrendered our southern border to cartels and gangs and criminals and traffickers. Many of us have been to the border. We saw what was happening on the border during the Biden years, and as a result of the inaction that took place there, every town in this country became a border town, and every state became a border state. And because of the drugs, because of the human trafficking, the sex trafficking, the American people suffered the consequences. Just this month, earlier this month, authorities charged 8 Venezuelan illegal aliens in Middle Tennessee for trafficking women across our border for the purpose of sexual exploitation. That was 8 Venezuelan illegal aliens. After entering our country illegally, the criminals conducted their operation out of Nashville motels between 2022 and 24. And like so many criminal illegals in our country, no surprise, they are tied to the violent gang Tren de Aragua, which has plagued cities across this country with organized crime. All too often, these traffickers target not only vulnerable women, they also target children. According to our TBI data, there were 514 reports of children being sex trafficked in Tennessee in 2024. That is 1 year, 514 reports. That was more than twice the number of reports of adult sex trafficking. The report also notes that there has been an increase in the number of unaccompanied minors who were trafficked into our country and exploited. This should come as no surprise. Under Biden, hundreds of thousands of unaccompanied children have reached our southern border, while many more arrived with adults who falsely claim to be their relatives. Although Biden had a responsibility to place these children with vetted sponsors, his administration obviously did not do that. We have learned that they lost track of more than 320,000 migrant children who face the threat of abuse, trafficking, and sexual exploitation. Thankfully, after 4 years of failure under the Biden administration, President Trump is working to secure our border, to protect our communities, and to bring human trafficking to an end. And there is so much more that Congress can do to support this effort. Last week, I introduced the Bipartisan Gracie Act, which would require the recording of all Child Protective Services interviews with children and adults. Although 60% of child sex trafficking victims in our country have engaged with the foster care system, too often CPS staffers miss the signs of abuse. By recording interviews, we can increase the likelihood that child trafficking victims will be identified and rescued. Last month, I also reintroduced a package of bills that will do much to combat human trafficking. My Save Girls Act would provide states, local governments, and nonprofits with the resources they need to end the trafficking of young women and girls. My National Human Trafficking Database Act, meanwhile, would establish a national human trafficking database at the Department of Justice and incentivize state law enforcement agencies to report their data. To help bring an end to trafficking at the border, I also introduced the Child Trafficking Now Act, which would require a DNA test to determine the relationship between illegal aliens at the border and any accompanying child. Now, Mr. President, it is so important to note, I've introduced this bill before, and I did it because during the Trump administration, there was DNA testing. It was ended during the Biden administration. They said it took too much time. I inquired the amount of time. It took 45 minutes. What we know from the time we did DNA testing, 30% of the children that were DNA tested by border agents shared no relation to the illegal aliens who were falsely representing themselves as family members. I think 45 minutes is worth it to save the life of a child. And my Prince Act, which has been reintroduced, would give Customs and Border Protection the authority to fingerprint non-citizens under the age of 14 to combat the horrific practice called child recycling. Just this week, I also sent a letter to FBI Director Kash Patel and Attorney General Pam Bondi requesting that they release the complete, unredacted flight logs from Jeffrey Epstein's private jet. In addition, I also requested Ghislaine Maxwell's Little Black Book and all video surveillance footage from Epstein's residence in Palm Beach, Florida. After years of stonewalling by former Director Wray, we still do not have all the necessary information regarding Jeffrey Epstein's crime, who his associates were, and who was involved in his global human trafficking, sex trafficking ring. That is information we need if we are going to bring an end to this practice of human trafficking, and also if we are going to bring justice for the women and children that were abused and trafficked during these human trafficking and sex trafficking rings. It is past time to bring this practice to an end. With these efforts, we can provide this administration with the tools they need in order to bring an end to this practice.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, first of all, I want to thank Senator Kaine for his extraordinary leadership on this, because I think America is at a crucial time on energy policy, and Senator Kaine cuts right to the heart of the debate. Donald Trump wants more tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy, and he is willing to pay for those tax cuts by raising your energy bill. And here's how the flawed idea goes down. Clean energy today is plentiful. Clean energy today is cheap. Clean energy today is generating thousands of good-paying jobs. I was involved deeply in writing the law, developed the law that created the Clean Energy Tax Credit package, and it is making progress in communities across the country. What Donald Trump is talking about doing, and Senator Kaine has spelled this out, is defying the reality at the marketplace. For example, we are seeing constantly people in the fossil fuel business saying that this isn't time for drill, baby, drill. They've been very blunt about saying that that doesn't make sense from a marketplace standpoint. What we want to do as it relates to a role for clean energy is build on the progress we've made, make sure clean energy is part of an all-of-the-above program, technologically neutral, competing in a marketplace of choices. Under the Kaine legislation, we can have that reality and not the flawed idea that we would somehow benefit from having more tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy and somehow that'll take care of people's energy situation. It won't. If you go with tax breaks for the ultra-wealthy and this program that is based on drill, baby, drill, it's going to create rising energy costs for working families across the land. I urge my colleagues to support the Kaine proposal. I yield back.
The senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in support of my friend from North Dakota, Senator Hovind's Congressional Review Act resolution to block the implementation of the Biden administration's waste emissions charge, otherwise known as the natural gas tax. Since the day this regulation was finalized last November, I pledged that I would work with President Trump and my colleagues in the Congress to repeal this misguided anti-energy tax. Today in the Senate, that is exactly what we're working to do. We must recognize that we are in a critical moment for American energy. The North American Energy Reliability Corporation has found that over the next 10 years, due to a rise in energy consumption and the early retirement of our existing fossil fuel generation, our country could face major electric generation and reliability concerns. We must take action now to ensure that our future demand is met, that the lights remain on, our homes remain warm, and our economy keeps moving for Americans all across this country. We can do this by continuing to invest in natural gas. Over 60% of American homes every day heat their homes, their water, or their food with natural gas. Natural gas is responsible for over 40% of the electricity generation and fuels more than half of our industrial sector's process heat. While the natural gas tax fails to recognize this reality, let's look at what is true. Fracking and shale gas have both revolutionized and transformed American energy, leading to lower prices, job growth, and increased American energy security. According to the Energy Information Administration, the rapid expansion of natural gas-fired power plants in this country has decreased the power sector's carbon dioxide emissions by 35% over the last 25 years. Natural gas has the potential to further reduce American greenhouse gas emissions if we continue to increase production. Natural gas is affordable, reliable, and a clean source of energy vital to our country and our economy. We should be expanding natural gas production, not restricting it. Instead, the natural gas tax will constrain American natural gas production, leading to increased energy prices and providing a boost to the production of natural gas in Russia. Simply put, repealing the natural gas tax is a win for our economy, a win for our national security, and a win for our environment. As part of establishing this tax, the Democrats' so-called Inflation Reduction Act ordered the EPA to revise its Subpart W requirements in order to facilitate the reporting and calculation of the tax. The EPA's Subpart W revisions blatantly disregard and overstep even the partisan mandates of the IRA and would excessively increase the tax burden on American energy under this natural gas tax. The revised emission factors with its Subpart W reporting requirements make broad assumptions about oil and gas operations and technologies that will lead to inaccurate reporting for many owners and operators. The rule would not only radically expand the scope of emissions required to be reported by each facility under the Greenhouse Gas Reporting Program, but it also excessively expands the number of facilities that are covered by Subpart W and consequently responsible to pay the natural gas tax. Due to this uninformed and artificial overestimate of U.S. methane emissions, some smaller operators who were once below the waste emissions threshold are now at risk of seeing their reported methane emissions inflated and owe large sums under the natural gas tax. If not repealed, this rule will arbitrarily increase the cost and burden of reporting under Subpart W, motivated by the Democrats' interest in growing the revenues generated by their natural gas tax. This will make it even more difficult and expensive to produce, transport, and consume American natural gas, and in turn will hurt both American families who rely on the energy and environment and the environment on the communities that we live. It's important that we note that our efforts today works in tandem with this chamber's recently passed budget resolution. As chairman of the Environment and Public Works Committee, I have long intended to stop the natural gas tax, and we will continue to pursue this through the reconciliation process. Today's vote on the CRA provides all senators the opportunity to put our vote on record after witnessing the Biden EPA's bait and switch on the implementation of this misguided policy. I encourage my colleagues to support the CRA that is central to our mission of American energy dominance and reject this tax that will bolster our adversaries, increase energy costs on American families, and put our energy future at risk. And I would like to yield back, but before I do that, I would like to thank my colleague from Iowa for letting me step in front of her to make my speech, and I appreciate that, and I know she will be supporting this. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
Mr. President, thank you so much. For over a decade, I've led the charge to expose government abuses, curb reckless regulations, and protect hardworking taxpayers from Washington's overreach. As my colleagues have so rightly discussed, the very actions by the Biden administration made it necessary for President Trump to declare a national energy emergency on day one. The Biden green energy programs artificially incentivized electric vehicles using billions of taxpayer dollars with only 60 charging stations to show for it. And folks, that's just one of the many energy-related billion-dollar boondoggles by the former administration. As chair and founder of the Senate DOGE caucus, I've committed to preventing unchecked bureaucrats from issuing regulations that impose significant new costs and stifle growth. Every day, DOGE is uncovering just how far the Biden administration went to conceal its reckless spending through the federal agencies, especially regarding their climate pet projects. Instead of transparency and objective analysis, Biden's bureaucrats relied on manipulation, inflated so-called net benefits, and completely disregarded economic reality in their rulemakings. And they were prolific, churning out nearly 110,000 pages of regulations just last year. That's 1 year, 110,000 pages, the highest number ever. Between November 2023 and January 2025 alone, agencies issued 50 final rules using shady accounting gimmicks, slapping over $500 billion in regulatory burdens onto hardworking Americans. This included a relentless push to regulate truckers out of business, based on the audacious claim that its extreme emissions rules would somehow create $99 billion in benefits for society. But here's the reality, folks. These policies make everything more expensive for families. They kill jobs, and they hurt our small businesses. And it doesn't stop there. The Department of Energy cited billions in so-called climate net benefits and the social cost of greenhouse gases to justify heavy-handed mandates, ignoring the very real costs passed on to farmers and manufacturers. For too long, unelected bureaucrats have ignored the voices of job creators and working families, pushing costly regulations while hiding the true impact. This is why my Red Tape Act is critical. My bill ensures agencies can no longer manipulate a cost-benefit analysis to push their own agenda. It requires agencies to prioritize data-driven, measurable economic benefits, not vague ideological justifications. And while some federal employees complain about the new directives from the Trump administration, they should take a moment to understand that hardworking Americans who have had to show up to work and take risks to open businesses will no longer tolerate having to foot the bill for regulatory overreach. I am voting no on this effort to end President Trump's national energy emergency. I support the president's efforts to make energy more available and affordable to power economic growth. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The Democrat leader.
I want to thank Senators Kaine and Heinrich for introducing this resolution and for taking the floor to highlight Donald Trump's energy emergency gimmick. We Democrats are using every tool available to expose Republican hypocrisy, revealing the so-called energy emergency for what it is. It is a shameless power grab by Republicans to pay obeisance to big oil, plain and simple, nothing more but nothing less. Republicans are raising prices by excluding clean energy from their emergency, meaning families could see electricity bills go up by $500 a year. Republicans are killing jobs by gutting domestic energy investments that we made that have created so many new good-paying jobs. Republicans are rewarding China by weakening our economic competitiveness and ceding American energy leadership to our adversaries. The hypocrisy is simple. On the one hand, they say we need more energy for AI, for everything else. But then on the other hand, they greatly curtail the cheapest form of electricity we could make, which is solar, and then wind. Because really what they're doing is just hugging big oil, because big oil hates clean energy, because they know clean energy eventually means the great reduction of polluting oil and gas and what they put into our atmosphere. Senators Kaine, Heinrich, and all Democrats will continue to shine a spotlight on Republican attacks on domestic energy in the weeks and months ahead, and I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. To begin, I ask unanimous consent to grant floor privileges to Christopher Creech for today, February 26, 2025.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to conclude the debate. I believe the vote will follow these remarks. I want to thank my colleagues. 17 Democrats appeared on the floor to speak on behalf of this Senate Joint Resolution 10. I needn't repeat the comments I made at the beginning. I will be very brief. Number one, there is no energy emergency. We've established the United States is producing more energy, more oil, more gas, more renewable energy than at any time in the history of this country, and that we are now a dramatic net energy surplus nation, producing more and more energy than we consume every year. And that surplus is great because we can export to develop, both reducing the trade deficit and helping other nations wean themselves off reliance on petrodictators. Second, President Trump's energy emergency declaration is a sham. He ignores the facts of America's energy dominance in order to benefit big oil, because he told him he would do that last summer. He said, if you support me for president and invest in me, I will give you rollbacks in environmental laws on day one of my administration, and that's precisely what he did. We can tell that that's what he's doing by reading the exact terms of the energy emergency, in which he sidelines critical environmental laws so long as you're producing oil and gas, but not if you're producing wind and solar. If the president really wanted to accelerate energy, he would not leave out wind and solar. Instead, he's doing the bidding of big oil by trying to kneecap wind and solar in his energy emergency declaration. But it's more than the words on the page in the declaration, it's also in his actions. I have many projects in Virginia that have announced with great fanfare, including announced by our Republican governor, that have relied upon tax credits provided in the Inflation Reduction Act or other incentives in the bipartisan infrastructure law. These are projects all over Virginia, rural areas, urban areas, creating big jobs to create clean energy that will bring prices down. President Trump has undertaken a series of actions to put in jeopardy all these projects in Virginia, to jeopardize the jobs and to jeopardize the energy that would be produced that would lower costs. And he's done the same thing in every state in this country. And so we need to reject this energy emergency so that we can have a true energy innovation economy and bring prices down for everyday consumers. I've listened to the comments of my Republican colleagues as they have argued against my Senate Joint Resolution 10, and they basically made two arguments. The first is the argument that they don't believe renewable energy is reliable. And so for that reason, they justify the president leaving out renewable energy sources in his energy emergency order. To the contrary, 94% of the power that's been added to the American electricity grid in 2024 is wind, solar, and battery. Colleagues may stand on the floor and mouth the word that renewable energy is not reliable, but let's look at what the market is doing. And the market is investing in these energies because they are reliable, they are American, they are clean, and they are cheap. And I would venture to say that those investing in these sources are more experts about what's reliable and what's not than members of this body, with all respect. The second argument that's being made by my colleagues is that they support all of the above energy, and they use that to argue against Senate Joint Resolution 10. My Senate Joint Resolution 10 is about all of the above energy, and it's against the notion of leaving out wind, solar, and battery technologies that are driving our green energy economy. The question is, if you're not opposing really because of reliability concerns and you're not really advocating for all of the above, what's the real source of the opposition? The real source of the opposition is this. People do not want to stand up against Donald Trump. They don't want to stand up against a president who declares a fake emergency. They don't want to stand up against a president who is unplugging jobs in their states. They don't want to stand up against a president whose actions will lead to increased energy costs for consumers. They don't want to stand up for a president that is targeting and reversing investments that they even voted for when they voted for the bipartisan infrastructure law. At some point, my question to my colleagues is, when will you stand up? How much do prices have to go up on everyday Americans before you'll stand up? How many jobs do you have to lose in your state before you're going to stand up? How many end runs of congressional statutes will you allow a president to take and be voiceless before you stand up? That's what this is about. I urge my colleagues, stand up for an American innovation energy economy. Don't let President Trump use a fake energy emergency to kneecap it. With that, Mr. President, I yield, and I yield to my colleague from Massachusetts.
I thank my great friend from the state of Virginia. I thank him for his leadership on this. I thank him for bringing out this very important subject, because, Mr. President, the American people are being robbed by the fossil fuel industry in broad daylight, and the Trump administration is driving the getaway car. As the senator from Virginia just said, in the United States, in 2024, 94% of all new electrical generating capacity installed is wind and solar and battery technology. 94%. And what I'm hearing on Fox News, what I hear from the not all of the above, but oil above all crowd is, oh my God, it's terrible what's happening in our country. Look at the war that's being declared upon oil and gas and coal. Saying that wind and solar and batteries are a war against oil and gas and coal is like saying that the cell phone was a war against the black rotary dial phone. It's not a war. It's entrepreneurial, innovative spirit in our country, coming up with new technologies, new ways to solve the problem. And just like, by the way, the black rotary dial industry, they didn't like it. They didn't like it at all. They had a monopoly. But there's a way to get around it. There was a way to have out in the marketplace new ways of generating communications technologies. And now there's new ways of generating electricity. New ways. They hate it. The incumbents hate it. They hate it because they had a bottleneck. It can only be them. It can only be oil, gas, coal. And all of a sudden, a new generation of young people arrive, and they say, no, climate change is threatening this planet. And there's new, innovative ways that we can move. And so, what's at the bottom of all this? The oil, gas, and coal industry are scared. They're petrified the same way the black rotary dial phone industry, the same way that the horse and buggy manufacturer was scared. There's an automobile. There's an automobile now. Oh no, what am I going to do? How about getting in the transportation business, not the horse and buggy industry? How about thinking about becoming maybe an auto dealer in Ohio? How about moving on rather than being a horse and buggy company? No, we're stopping that. We're stopping. There's not going to be any roads. We're not going to build any roads out there for automobiles. That would be terrible. So that's what we have. We have right now, we have a war against innovation, a war against non-polluting sources of electricity, a war against a generation of young Americans who are saying the planet is dangerously warming and there are no emergency rooms for planets. $300 billion worth of damage in 2 storms, Hurricane Milton, Hurricane Helene. $250 billion worth of damage, the fires of LA. That's $550 billion worth of damage in just 3 incidents. That's just the tip of the iceberg of what's coming. And so what the young generation is saying is, can we please install wind and solar and batteries, all electric vehicles? Can we be smart? Can we think ahead? Can we have a generational response? And what's happening is the oil, gas, and coal industry are just calling in their chips. They're just saying that they want to kill everything, kill innovation. And by the way, I was the chairman of the Telecommunications Committee in the 1990s when we were still in that old era. Believe me, those old companies loved their monopolies. So there's 3 wires that go into people's homes: the cable wire, the telephone wire, the electricity wire. So now we're on the 3rd wire, that electricity wire. Are we going to make that competitive too or not? And they are petrified. And just today, this is unbelievable, the Trump administration announced that he wants to lay off 65% of the Environmental Protection Agency staff. Those are our frontline fighters who ensure our water is safe, our air is clean, our land is not polluted with toxins and chemicals. They want to turn EPA into every polluter's ally. That's their goal. That's what they want to have. That's not what the younger generation wants in our country. And the EPA administrator, Lee Zeldin, also told the White House that he wants to get rid of the EPA's authority to regulate dangerous greenhouse gases based on the threat they pose to public health or welfare. It's known as the endangerment finding. Does greenhouse gas emissions cause warming that endangers the coastlines, endangers cities like LA, leads to $300 billion storms just ravaging through states? And you know what the Supreme Court decided? 5-4, April of 2007, the Supreme Court said, you must determine whether or not there's an endangerment, EPA. And EPA, if you make that determination that it is an endangerment, you then have to do something about it. That's what's ticking them off. Now, I will tell you, in a footnote in his dissent, Justice Scalia said, in voting no, Justice Scalia said, what's next? The regulation of flatulence from cows? Where are they going with all this craziness? You know where we're going? You know where we went? We went to 94% of all new electrical generation capacity in the United States in 2024 is wind and solar and battery technology. That's where we went because there was an endangerment, because you knew what was happening. And by the way, even the IRA that was passed just in 2022, it's already unleashed $400 billion of public and private investment. It's created 400,000 new jobs, 400,000 new jobs in the clean energy sector. Oil, gas, and coal are petrified. They're the black rotary dial phone of 2025. They can see what's happening. It's change. It's a brand new era. It's almost as though somehow or other they've found enough allies here to lock us into the past, to lock us into the 19th century, lock us into the 20th century. Kids don't want to go backwards. They don't want to look at the world in a rearview mirror. They want to look ahead at a brighter, better, safer, cleaner future. And that's what's going on. It's threatening the business model of all of these people. So I directly questioned Lee Zeldin on this exact issue in his hearing before the Environment and Public Works Committee, because I knew he wouldn't have the courage or the ability to stand up to the demands of Trump's big oil and big gas and big coal donors, because if these donors tell Zeldin to wipe any policy meant to protect public health and the planet off the books, it seems he's ready to take out an eraser and to hop to it, regardless of the science, regardless of the law, regardless of the well-being of the American people in the long run, especially young people. The Green New Deal generation, they want change. They want action. They want to move the same way we move from a black rotary dial phone to this. Only took 20 years. Would have seemed impossible to a black rotary dial phone manufacturer. But it happened because you trusted young people to do the work. And what else is Trump doing for his fossil fuel friends? He's taking their money while he costs you your money. Trump's billionaire oil and gas donors promised him $1 billion last April in a meeting if Trump would take all of the clean energy incentives off of the books. $1 billion. This is all pay to play. And they raised the money for him. And he delivered a sham energy emergency executive order that is already forcing working families to pay more in order to line the pockets of those big oil, big gas, big coal donors. This emergency is a lie. The United States is already the world's largest oil and gas producer. It's the largest exporter of LNG in the world. It's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie. Everything Donald Trump says about an energy emergency is a lie to the American people, because he has to lie to cover up the fact that oil and gas production is up, but they're so greedy, they want this body and the EPA to kill wind and solar, battery storage technologies, all electric vehicles. That's how greedy they are. It's not enough that they have their largest production capacity in history, because this is really an excuse for Trump and Musk to rig the rules for big oil so they can produce the dirty energy, more easily seize Americans' lands, and pollute the air and water. They want to go on public land now to drill for oil and gas, even though we don't need it. We don't need it. There's a revolution that if we just let it unfold, it would be 94% next year, 94% the next year. What they're afraid of is 10 years from now when everyone says, oh, I love this new world we're living in, the non-polluting, non-greenhouse gas world of renewable energy. So the real emergency, the real crisis, is the climate crisis itself, which continues to turbocharge extreme weather. It's costing lives, billions in damages, sky-high energy bills, insurance rates out of control in all these states that are having these superstorms and fires. And yet Trump is dismantling programs that reduce energy prices, lower heating bills, keep our air and water clean, and create jobs while trying to ram through the dirty energy projects that will do just the opposite. And what does he want to do? He wants to take out a chainsaw. That's what he wants to do. He's taking out his chainsaw. And he wants to call this waste, fraud, and corruption a revolution that creates this incredible economic revolution.
The time for the proponents has expired.
Chop all of those programs down at the knees. So we're going to fight it every single step of the way. I thank Senator Kaine. I thank Senator Heinrich for giving us this time on the floor to be able to explain to the American people what's going on.
The senator from North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm pleased to come to the floor again today to discuss my resolution to block the Democrats' natural gas tax. which I'll call up right after we vote to affirm President Trump's National Energy Emergency Declaration. The Biden administration's tax and regulatory onslaught over the past 4 years have driven up the cost of energy and led to a national energy emergency for our nation. One of the most egregious examples is a new tax on natural gas, and that's why I'm leading Senate Joint Resolution 12, a Congressional Review Act resolution to block this tax from taking effect. My resolution will rescind the rule implementing the Democrats' natural gas tax that the Biden administration finalized late last year. Congressional Democrats and President Biden mandated this new tax under the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which was, of course, the Inflation Acceleration Act, taking inflation all the way up to 9%. And the Environmental Protection Agency issued its final implementing rule on November 18 of last year. The EPA's natural gas tax rule imposes stringent methane emissions charges on qualified petroleum and natural gas infrastructure, starting at $900 a ton for emissions in '24. It then goes up to $1,200 and then ultimately up to $1,500 per ton in '26 and subsequent years. Unless overturned, this will be the first time the federal government has ever imposed a direct tax on emissions. This new charge can equate to an effective tax increase on natural gas on top of other taxes of more than 5%. This will have a disproportionate impact on small oil and gas producers in my home state of North Dakota and across the country, many of which already operate on thin margins and cannot afford the high cost to comply with this onerous rule. Simply put, this is a punitive tax that will be passed along to consumers and will force energy developers to shut in production. That means higher prices to heat your homes. That means higher prices to cook your food. That means higher cost of natural gas for all consumers. Also, less supply of domestic energy means higher gas bills for consumers and an increased reliance on energy imports. Instead of new taxes and regulations designed to stifle production, we should be supporting innovation to maximize the use of our abundant and affordable oil and gas reserves. Our energy producers utilize the latest and the greatest technology, enabling more energy production with the best environmental stewardship. Today, the U.S. is the world's largest oil and gas producer, and at the same time, we've also led the world in emission reductions. Since 1990, U.S. natural gas production has doubled. This is an interesting stat. Since 1990, U.S. natural gas production has doubled, yet at the same time, we've reduced total emissions by 20%. Double the output, 20% reduction in emissions. We've been able to increase crude oil production by 60% over the same time period. When I was governor of North Dakota in 2000, our state was producing less than 100,000 barrels a day. We took that up to 1.5 million barrels of oil a day. This doesn't just happen overnight. It's because we work to provide the regulatory certainty to empower innovation and entrepreneurial spirit to unlock the potential for energy development in our state and in our country. As North Dakota became an energy powerhouse, our state producers have worked hard to meet the challenges of managing growing volumes of natural gas associated with oil production. North Dakota producers have endeavored to dramatically increase the targeted gas capture rate from 74% to 95% over the past 10 years. Again, through innovation, through technology, the latest, greatest methods that we've implemented. Producers want to improve on that rate, and we continue to, but the Biden administration and its Green New Deal allies tried to make it, and in fact did make it harder, to permit the very gathering systems that we needed to capture that natural gas. So they impeded our ability to reduce emissions. Instead of supporting more gathering lines and interstate production, the Biden administration's natural gas tax will hinder domestic production. Further, because our nation generates over 40% of our electricity from natural gas, burdensome taxes on natural gas producers will result in more expensive and less reliable electricity. More inflation for consumers across the country as a result. Also, less production at home makes other nations and our allies abroad more dependent on adversarial nations that have no regard for environmental standards. Think Russia, think Venezuela, think OPEC. At the end of the day, energy security directly impacts our economic and national security. This is about taking the handcuffs off and empowering our energy producers to increase supply and bring down prices for American families and businesses. That's why we're working to roll back the Biden administration's disastrous policies on energy like this natural gas tax. I want to thank EPW Chairman Capito and the 25 other co-sponsors of my resolution, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this Congressional Review Act resolution. I look forward to continue to work with my colleagues and the Trump administration to repeal this misguided tax on natural gas while increasing energy production across the board in this country with good environmental stewardship that will truly make America energy dominant once again. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
I yield back all remaining time. All time is yielded back. The clerk will read the title of the resolution for the third time.
SJ Res 10, Joint Resolution terminating the national emergency declared with respect to energy.
The question occurs on passage of joint resolution. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
No.
We got to get someone to respond before it.
Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno,
No.
Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Padilla, Rosen, Shaheen, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Britt, Budd, Graham, Hoven, Highsmith, Justice, Lankford, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, aye. Miss Ernst. Miss Ernst, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, no. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Seven yeas, 52 nays. Joint resolution failed of passage.
Okay, now, what am I exactly? Okay, on this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 52. The joint resolution fails of passage.
Mr. President.
The senator from North Dakota.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 14, Senate Joint Resolution 12.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 14, SJ Res 12, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency and so forth.
I ask for the yeas and nays, Mr. President.
There a sufficient second?
Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Yeah, she did. You're welcome. Thank you. Hold on, Kennedy. I do. Paul.
Is the dinner line?
Sheehan.
She's a leader. She's leader. She's leadership. She's leadership.
I'm a big fan.
Thanks.
Sir.
Thanks. Yes. Rita.
Thank you. Got you both. Got you. Thank you. You too.
You impressed the panel.
Yeah. Thank you.
Did you see them all shaking their heads?
Biden. Murray. Thank you.
Brown's eye.
Cruz. Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Who? Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, huh? No, I'm okay, thank you. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, okay, thank you. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, King, Lujan, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye.
And the motion is what?
Agreed.
Okay. Do I say on this vote? The yeas are 52, the nays 47. The motion's agreed to. The clerk will report the joint resolution.
Calendar number 14, SJ Res 12, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, and so forth.
Okay, what does this say? Under the provisions of 5 U.S.C. 802, there will now be 10 hours of debate equally divided.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that a correction to an appointment made on February 25th, 2025 be printed in the record. For the information of the Senate, this correction is clerical and does not change membership of the British American Interparliamentary Group Conference made by the appointment.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the appointments at the desk appear separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Resolution 99 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
SRES 99, celebrating Black History Month.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure?
Is there objection to proceeding with the measure?
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stands adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, February 27th. Following the prayer and the pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date. The morning hour be deemed expired. The time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Morning business will be closed and the Senate resumed. Calendar number 14, Senate Joint Resolution 12, the Hoven Methane Fee CRA. Further, that at 12 noon, all time be expired, and if the Senate receives HJ Resolution 35, the Senate vote on passage of the House Joint Resolution as provided under the CRA. Finally, upon disposition of the joint resolution, the Senate proceed to executive session and resume consideration of Executive Calendar number 24, Linda McMahon, and that the Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the McMahon nomination at 1:45 p.m.
Without objection, so ordered.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senator Whitehouse.
Without objection. President. The senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, today is a sad, discouraging, even disgraceful day here in the Senate. The vote that we have just taken signals the utter and complete subservience of the Trump administration and the Republican Party to the polluters of the fossil fuel industry. To the extent that there's any justification for fossil fuel pollution, leaks from pipes and valves and wells that aren't properly maintained by fossil fuel companies are probably the most shameless form of pollution. And yet that is precisely what this vote that we have just taken protects and even encourages. Let's start for a moment with why methane matters. We are well into a climate crisis. We have been warned about it for decades. The scientists, God bless them, actually got it right. Even Exxon's scientists got it right. And on the basis of all that science, it then fell to us here in this building, in Congress, to react prudently and sensibly and steer our course away from the worst dangers that the scientists had so well and accurately predicted. And of course we did not. We did not for the worst of all possible reasons, which was improper influence from the fossil fuel industry itself, which was supercharged by the Citizens United decision that allowed the industry to flood unlimited amounts of money into politics, and worse, unlimited amounts of money into politics secretly through front groups and various anonymizing screens so that citizens and the public were deprived of knowing who it was that was actually in their living room, on their television, telling them lies about climate change. Names with phony front groups with phony names like Heartland Institute and Americans for Prosperity shielded the fact that this was a self-interested industry using political clout of the worst kind to protect its right to pollute for free. Nobody should have the right to pollute for free, but this entitled industry fought to corrupt this body in order to protect its pollute for free business model. Amidst all the pollution that this industry emits, carbon dioxide is the gas that is most discussed. We talk about carbon content, we talk about carbon dioxide limits, we talk about carbon emissions. But methane actually is even more dangerous in the short term than carbon dioxide. These gases go up into the atmosphere where they have what is called a greenhouse effect. They trap more heat, which warms up the planet. Over a 20-year period, methane is more than 80 times more dangerous than carbon dioxide. And a lot is going to go wrong in the next 20 years during which this methane will have that 80 times effect compared to carbon dioxide. Methane is explosive, it is poisonous, it is a pollutant. And what this bill tried to do was to get the fossil fuel industry, get these big companies to clean up the methane that they were just leaking into the atmosphere, making a complete mess in really giant plumes. We've been able recently to detect these plumes from above, from satellites even. So here's just one satellite image. This is on Google Earth of one methane plume. And we are allowing immense amounts of methane into the atmosphere. The fossil fuel industry for years told the EPA that they were releasing 8 million tons of methane per year. Well, 8 million tons of methane per year, when you consider that's 80 times as bad as carbon dioxide, that gets you to a pretty big number of carbon dioxide equivalent and a pretty big danger to our national well-being. But it wasn't 8 million tons. The industry did not tell the truth to the EPA. As it turned out, when the Environmental Defense Fund actually put up a satellite to measure this, and then flew airplanes over the plume to get even more distinct clarity out of the signals, it turns out that the fossil fuel industry was leaking 32 million tons of methane into the atmosphere. Leaking. This is pipes that they didn't maintain, valves that they didn't maintain, wells that they didn't properly close. Leaking. Ordinarily, just to be a good citizen, just to be a decent individual, if you were making a big mess that affected other people, you'd stop it, you'd clean it up. You might even apologize for the mess that you made. Not the fossil fuel industry. But we needed to solve the problem of 32 million tons of methane being leaked by this industry every year. They sure weren't going to do it on their own. They wouldn't even tell EPA the truth about how much they were emitting. This is natural gas that, if it weren't being leaked out into the atmosphere, would have gone on through those pipes to an end user. They could have actually sold it. This is an industry that was so lazy and so sloppy and so cheap that it wouldn't even maintain its own equipment to prevent it from leaking and spilling out. So something had to be done. So we worked with the presiding officer's predecessor, who was an ardent advocate for the fossil fuel industry, to get a measure into the Inflation Reduction Act that would deal with the problem of 32 million tons of methane negligently leaked by the fossil fuel industry into the atmosphere because they couldn't be bothered to clean up their own mess and maintain properly their own equipment. And what did we come up with? We came up with a pretty fair deal for the industry. The industry was going to get a handout, a government handout of $1.5 billion to spend going out and cleaning up the pipes and the valves and the wells that they darned well should have been cleaning up on their own already. It should not take a government handout. It should not take corporate welfare to this industry to have them maintain their facilities safely and properly and responsibly. But to solve the problem, we agreed, okay, you've been polluting like crazy for decades. You've been lying about how much you've been polluting. You've been negligent about maintaining your own equipment so that this leakage does not happen. And for that, we're going to reward you with $1.5 billion taxpayer dollars for you to do the work that you should have been doing anyway. That was not that welcome, as you can imagine, for me, and say for taxpayers in Rhode Island who were on the receiving end of so much of this. And what we got in return for that $1.5 billion government handout of corporate welfare to this industry was a provision that if they kept leaking, when they kept leaking, they would pay a reasonable fee to give them an incentive to knock off the leaking. And when I say a reasonable fee, let's start with the proposition that they shouldn't have been leaking in the first place. The fee, first of all, would only apply to major leaks, 300 tons and more. It would only apply to companies that were below the methane leak standards set by their own industry trade group. So it actually allowed these companies to keep leaking for free, as long as they were being as responsible as their own industry trade group said they should be. So this fee would be limited to those companies whose corporate behavior was so bad that it didn't even meet the standards of their own industry trade group. And they could get out of paying the fee at all by simply using that $1.5 billion or money of their own to go and clean up their equipment, maintain their plant enough that they met the standard of their own friendly industry trade group. That is what was accomplished in the Inflation Reduction Act. $1.5 billion into the pockets of polluters to encourage them to clean up their mess, in return for which they'd agree if they kept at it and were doing worse than their own trade association recommended, then they'd have to pay a fee to give them an incentive to knock it off. Which, by the way, is Econ 101. This is not Republican versus Democrat. This is not conservative versus liberal. This is Econ 101. Even Milton Friedman, the legendary conservative economist, acknowledged that if you're polluting, whether it's dumping sewage in a river or methane in the air, you needed to pay the cost of that harm. Economists have fancy words for it. They call it negative externalities. But everybody who understands that you clean up your own mess understands the morality of that proposition. Good morals here is also good economics. And why is it important to do that? It's important to do that because otherwise you're giving a market participant a subsidy. Imagine the two factories side by side on the river. One is dumping all of its waste into the river. The other is paying good money to make sure that its waste is disposed of instead of dumped into the river. You don't want that to happen. So you put the cost of the negative externality, the waste being thrown into the river, back onto that company, and now you have fair market competition again. Otherwise, you have a subsidy to the polluter dumping their waste in the river. And that is not good economics. That is not market economics. Though very often our friends on the other side of the aisle talk about the importance of market economics, letting the market have its way. Yeah, until it's the big polluters. Until it's the big polluters. And then it's pollute for free. It's subsidize them by giving them the uneconomic, immoral, and unhealthy right to pollute for free. So that's where this deal settled. $1.5 billion to the industry into its pockets in free corporate welfare to do what it should have been doing all along, clean up its mess. And in return, if you're below your own industry standards, you got to pay a fee. That is what was undone today. That is what this vote was all about. This vote was all about saying, we don't care if you are the worst performers in this industry. We don't care if you're the most irresponsible performers in this industry. We don't care if you are emitting way above your own trade group's industry standards. Because you're the fossil fuel industry, you get special privilege. You don't have to maintain your equipment. Let the methane roar. Rip it out into the atmosphere. Have at it. We don't care. Oh, and by the way, thanks for all the money you put in our pockets along the way into our political funds. That's where we are right now. This was a really, really despicable act by the fossil fuel industry to have this done here today. We've been at this for a while. We've known about climate change for a long time. We've known what methane and carbon dioxide and other polluting gases did when they got up into the atmosphere. We're seeing it happen around us. I'll mention particularly what's happening in the oceans, because the oceans are a pretty darn honest witness, a pretty darn honest bellwether of the harms of climate change. If you care about the oceans, if you know anything about them, you'll know that the oceans are warming. You'll notice that fisheries are changing, and fish that used to be available to local fishermen are no longer there. They've had to move as the oceans warmed. You've noticed that coral reefs are dying off, which are the nurseries of the ocean, which is where so many of the fish that we then later take into our diets are born and nurtured, or come for food and sustenance. You would know that as the oceans are warming, they rise because heat expands water. And that along our shores, you see that rise. Here's what's happening in my home state. This is what we're looking at. All this blue area here, All of that is land. All of that is land where people have homes, where people have businesses.
Make adjustments to
where
ensure
people have investments. And with the sea level rising, this is the prediction for what's going to be underwater. This is the prediction of what we're going to lose, how the map of my state is going to have to be redrawn so that the fossil fuel industry can keep polluting for free. There is a real cost to this in real people's lives. This is our historic Providence City Hall. This is an image of what's going to happen. It's going to be like Venice. You'll be able to come up to the front steps of it in a boat. That is going to be really expensive, really damaging. Here is Barrington, Rhode Island. It's kind of a bedroom community. It serves as the residence for a lot of people who work over in Providence. It has a lot of beautiful homes in it. But look what happens when the seas rise. It's like Holland. If you don't build a dike around it, it's underwater. That is a massive public works project, a massive engineering project, a massive risk. And it's one that's brought on us by fossil fuel pollution, by the fossil fuel industry's insistence that it has to pollute for free, and by the harm that that causes in the oceans. Let me give you a scale on the kind of heat that's going into the oceans, because you have to measure it in something called a zettajoule. If you know anything about science or even engineering, you know what a joule is. It's the unit of measurement of heat energy. A zettajoule is that unit of heat energy with 21 zeros behind it. 21 zeros behind it. A million has 6 zeros behind it. This is 21 zeros behind it. It is a massive, enormous number. And to put human scale on how massive and enormous that number is, the entire production of energy by the human species on the planet Earth every year is only 1/2 of a zettajoule. Everything that we run, the cars, the motors, the furnaces, the boilers, all of it, from India to China, Africa to the United States, the whole globe around, all of our energy production and consumption adds up to 1/2 of a zettajoule. And for the price of the fossil fuel component of that 1/2 zettajoule that we all live on, we are dumping 14 zettajoules of heat into the ocean every year. It's a 30-to-1 ratio. The emissions from fossil fuel in the atmosphere actually magnify the direct heat from the energy consumption. So if you want to know why the oceans are warming, 14 zettajoules of heat, nearly 30 times the entire energy production and use of the planet Earth is going into the oceans. And that does not bode well for us. With all this evidence out there that the scientists saw, the fossil fuel barons started getting a little nervous. They liked a pollute-for-free business model. In fact, they probably realized that they couldn't compete with clean energy unless they had a pollute-for-free business model. So they knew they needed to get to work to protect their pollute-for-free business model. So they began to set up a comprehensive, covert political operation to protect that pollute for free business model. It actually began with the tobacco industry's front groups. When it became clear how bad tobacco was for smokers' health, how bad it was for people getting secondary smoke, the tobacco industry went into action and they set up a whole array of phony tobacco-funded front groups that could pretend they were grassroots movements, they could pretend they were science groups. They ran a complicated operation to fend off Congress from doing something about the health costs and consequences of tobacco smoking. And then along came the United States Department of Justice in a better day when it was willing to take on hard things. And it brought a lawsuit against the tobacco industry asserting that that whole array of tobacco industry front groups was a vehicle for propagating fraud, that the message that tobacco was not dangerous, was wrong, was false, was flat out fraudulent, and that the tobacco industry knew it. And the case went to trial here in the United States District Court in the District of Columbia, and the Department of Justice won a thumping victory in a decision that ran a little over 1,000 pages. God bless that trial judge who put so much work into listening to all the evidence and putting together such a powerful and voluminous record of the fraud of the tobacco industry, so that when it was appealed up to the Circuit Court of Appeals, slam dunk win for the Department of Justice in the appeal. When they tried to get it overturned at the Supreme Court said, oh no, no. So the decision stood. And the decision was this. It was actually fairly simple for the 1,000 pages. The effect was fairly simple, almost biblically simple. It said to the tobacco industry, "Thou shalt lie no more." And by the way, you got to go back and clean up and straighten out the lying that you already did. But the real punch was, "Thou shalt lie no more." So if the tobacco industry couldn't lie anymore about its product, then this whole array of front groups that the tobacco industry had set up was out of business. What are you going to do if you're a paid liar for an industry to try to protect it from Congress? Well, guess what? Along came the fossil fuel industry, looking at a very similar problem, the dangers of its product and the danger that Congress would actually do something to mitigate the dangers of that product. And of course, the tobacco industry lying apparatus had a lot of experience in how to look real, how to put up fake science that pretended to be real, how to use Madison Avenue sloganeering to convince people of things that weren't true, how to pretend to be grassroots when it was actually funded by big industry. So the fossil fuel industry picked all that up right away, but of course that wasn't enough. So they actually expanded on that. Academic researchers who have looked at the fossil fuel industry's climate denial operation have tagged as many as 100 different front groups, all operating coordinatedly, like all a bunch of disinformation keys on the same disinformation piano. When one got badly burned for being too phony, well, you'd retire that one, you'd pop up a new one with a new phony baloney name. For a long time, they were featuring heroic characters like George C. Marshall and founding fathers when they were doing their naming. But it was a massive, massive, massive political operation to deny the reality of the harm associated with the industry's product, exactly like the tobacco industry, although amped up on steroids. But it wasn't enough just to put the fraudulent information out there, pretending, for instance, that climate change was a hoax. Even their own scientists knew it wasn't a hoax. But admitting that it was real, revealing what their own scientists had told them, would mean that Congress would come and behave responsibly, put a price, perhaps, on the pollution, make them obey not only moral commands, but economic rules, and that would have put them at a disadvantage. So instead, they chose to lie and to lie and to lie and to lie. And they also chose to come here and spend money on politics. Immense amounts of money in politics. And as I said, that all got supercharged by the Citizens United decision. The Citizens United decision said, if you're a big industry, the limits are off. You can spend as much as you want. Go for it. And in the way in which the Supreme Court administered that decision, they also allowed the unlimited money to be spent secretly, from behind masks, through front groups, so that the citizens of this country who are supposed to police our political battles and make informed judgments about our political battles were denied the most basic information about who was wearing whose jersey, who's on what team, who's telling me this stuff. I make fun that the groups had names like Rhode Islanders for peace and puppies and prosperity. But if you went to look at the phony front group with a ridiculous name like that, you'd find that it was located in a post office box, or that it shared space with another organization and didn't have any real employees, or that it was one of a nest of related front groups that all shared common space and employees and would change their names, like moving the mask place to place, to keep up the pretense that this was real. And the money poured in. The money poured in. And it allowed the industry to be able to go to party leaders and say, if you will get your party members to shut up about climate change, to shut up about the danger of our product, to turn off the voices of, for instance, Republicans like Senator John Chafee of Rhode Island, who hosted the first hearing into the dangers of climate change, shut them up. If you will shut them up, and if you will line up behind us, we can give you unlimited amounts of money. We can give you all the money you could possibly need to win races. And we can hide that it's us. This money can come through the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. It can come through something called Americans for Prosperity. It comes through something called the Heartland Institute. It can come through, in some cases, multiple hops, like Russian nesting dolls, to hide who was the original donor from the fossil fuel industry. All of that apparatus, all of that scheme emerged after Citizens United. Our political system is now rotten with fossil fuel money. We have things like super PACs that didn't even used to exist. But they're useful because you can put $100 million into a super PAC and send it into a particular race and just blow up the adversary. And because the super PAC only has to report the immediate donor, you just launder your money through a corporate entity, so the name of the fake group is described as the name of the donor, and the real donor, whether it's Marathon Petroleum or Exxon Oil or whoever it is not available to the public. We as citizens are deprived of that most basic piece of information. So all that money poured in, and sure enough, Republican interest in doing something about climate change evaporated. Bob Inglis was a House member who had the temerity to insist on continuing to work on climate change, blasted out of his seat in a primary despite a near 100% conservative voting record. The signal was clear. If you're in with us, we'll take care of you. If you're not, you're out. You're out of the party, even. So this covert scheme has been operating for a long, long time, with lots of shifting front groups. It must cost, it's hard to tell because it's dark money, it's hidden. Some of it, you'd repeat it if you ran it through 5 different front groups. So it's hard to know what the real number is, but it's in the billions. It's in the billions. And why does it make sense to spend that kind of money to meddle improperly in politics and prevent Congress from meeting its responsibilities to the American public? Why is it worth spending billions to do that? It's worth spending billions to do that because it saves you hundreds of billions. The International Monetary Fund is not a green group. It is an economic group. It pays economists to study stuff. And the International Monetary Fund has studied how much harm the fossil fuel industry does to America with this negative externalities subsidy. There are actually 2 subsidies. There are the direct subsidies, where Congress appropriates money to the fossil fuel industry, like the $1.5 billion we gave them to encourage them to clean up the mess that they're making, or like tax advantages so that they don't have to pay proper taxes like other companies. But the big one is the pollute for free business model. Not justified by economics, not justified by morality, not justified by prudent concern over the safety of the planet. So how much is that negative externality, according to the International Monetary Fund? At last count, $700 billion per year. $700 billion per year. So, let's just say you're an industry that gets a government subsidy in the form of a pollute-for-free business model of $700 billion a year. How much is it worth spending to control Congress and fix the politics so that you can protect that subsidy? Well, let's just say, for purposes of argument, that they spend $7 billion a year on influence, on lobbyists, on campaign contributions, on super PACs, on dark money, on supporting the whole apparatus of lies and fake science. Let's just say that that all adds up to $7 billion a year. That means you're making a 100-to-1 return on your investment every single year. That makes the political operation of the fossil fuel industry its most profitable division. They don't make 100-to-1 out of oil. They don't make 100-to-1 out of gas. They don't make 100-to-1 out of coal. But they make 100-to-1 out of politics if they're spending $7 billion a year in political influence. So why are these big numbers spent? Why is it sensible from their point of view to maintain this entire armada of phony front groups? This is the biggest political influence operation in history. And boy, is it worth it. What a return on investment you get. They've used a whole variety of groups to do it. They have like pop-up groups that show up for the minute. They've got ones that are completely under their control, like American Petroleum Institute, but that's a little obvious. It's just got the word petroleum right in the name. So they run a lot of money, say, through the U.S. Chamber of Commerce or the National Association of Manufacturers, who don't report their donors. So you don't see. U.S. Chamber of Commerce seems like such a nice group. I got chambers of commerce all around Rhode Island. I love our chambers of commerce. They do a wonderful job. But the U.S. Chamber of Commerce has been a virulent enemy to any serious climate legislation. Why? Hard to know, because they won't report. I asked them repeatedly, how much money do you get from fossil fuel every year? How much money have you got from fossil fuel since the Citizens United decision? They won't say. It's a secret. It's a secret. But it allows the fossil fuel industry to appear politically without having to show their hand. Well, now, with President Trump in office, sloshed into office on a wave of $100 million minimum in fossil fuel money, the industry is triumphant. And this vote that we just took is this body's tribute to that industry. We don't care if this is you leaking. We don't care if this is you not maintaining your property. We don't care if this is dangerous. We don't care if you're being irresponsible. We don't care if we already gave you $1.5 billion to clean up your mess. We don't care about any of that. We don't care that the only people who have to pay this fee are the ones who are polluting above what their own industry recommends as a pollution level. We don't care about any of that. You are the fossil fuel industry, and you shall have whatever you want from us, whatever the cost. There's a problem, though. There's a problem, which is that fossil fuel influence can mess with laws in Congress, and does. But fossil fuel influence can't mess with the laws of nature. Fossil fuel influence can't mess, frankly, with the laws of economics. So, where are we right now? We've been through that era when the scientists were giving their warnings, the academic scientists from the great universities, the industry science from Exxon and even from American Petroleum Institute, scientists in America, scientists overseas, powerful scientific consensus about what was going to happen. Go back and read what Exxon scientists warned about what was going to happen. We're living it right now. They were right. They knew. Exxon knew, the scientists knew. So that was the era. And the scientists got it right. They did their jobs. And then we did not do our jobs under the pressure of all of that fossil fuel influence, all those hundreds of millions or billions or whatever was spent to protect the $700 billion annual subsidy on which this industry floats. And so now here we are. We're in a new era in this climate story. And the new era in the climate story is the era of consequences. The things that we're warned of that are now coming true because we failed in our responsibilities as a Congress. And the first place in which the campaign of fraud and disinformation and political pressure by the fossil fuel industry is crashing into is the insurance industry. The fossil fuel industry is compromising our future with all of these added emissions, including the methane leaks that were given green light today. The fossil fuel industry is compromising our future by pretending that these climate warnings aren't real. But the insurance industry has to look at a real future. It can't lie about the future to protect its present profits. It has to predict the future accurately in order to price its product. You can't insure against a risk that you can't actuarially predict. So insurance companies get pretty expert at knowing how often there's likely to be a storm, how often there's likely to be a drought, how often there's likely to be wildfires, how often there's likely to be flooding. And they get that way because it is their fiduciary obligation to their owners to get it right, to do their very best to honestly get the predictions right. And what is the insurance industry doing right now? They're looking into this fossil fuel future and they're saying, whoa, we don't know what to do. We can't insure that. These emissions are making our natural systems, the weather, so weird and so unpredictable that we're starting to have to change the way we do business. So what are they doing? Well, Florida is probably the epicenter for all of this. It has coasts all around it. It's in the pathway of hurricanes that come from the Atlantic or through the Gulf. It's smack in the climate danger zone. And what's happening in Florida? Well, the big insurers are clearing out. They've looked at this market. They've looked at consumers that they served for decades in many cases, and they've said, we can't figure this out any longer. These dangers are too hard to anticipate. We can't price this risk. We're out of here. And so little pop-up insurers have emerged that Floridians now have to deal with. And the prices have gone through the roof. Homeowners' insurance prices in Florida are 4 times the national average. In Miami-Dade County, the average property insurance bill is $17,000 a year. In our inquiries through the Budget Committee, we over and over again heard of people whose rates have doubled and even quadrupled. And even then, insurers are still pulling out. Insurers are going bust when storms come. And Florida has had to step in and back up its own insurance company. It's called Citizens Property Insurance, because there simply isn't enough interest from the insurance industry to provide enough coverage for Floridians without this entity, which has grown to be enormous. The liability of Citizens Property Insurance is more than the entire debt of the state of Florida. This is a big financial anchor hanging on Florida, waiting for disaster to strike. So this is getting real. After the era of science came the era of influence, and now it's the era of consequences. It's not just me talking about this. Here's April's Economist magazine. If you can't see it, I've got a larger version of it that I can show you. There it is. The next housing disaster. What The Economist magazine is predicting in this front page article is a dramatic shock to the global real estate industry. They are talking about a potential $25 trillion hit to the global real estate industry. How does this relate to the insurance problem that caused Florida to have to set up Citizens Property Insurance, that caused rates to quadruple, that caused all these major insurers to bail, that caused people to have to count for their home insurance on little pop-up startups that keep going bust, going bust, going bust? It's this. When you can't get property insurance on your home, then you can't get a mortgage on your home, which means that if you ever want to sell your home, you can't get a buyer. The only buyers left for you, for your home, are people who don't need a mortgage, people who can pay cash. Well, if you're a Palm Beach billionaire, you don't care, because some other Palm Beach billionaire has all the money in the world to buy your multi-million-dollar mansion for cash. You're done. It's fine. It doesn't affect the Palm Beach millionaire world. But let's say you're a plumber living in a development outside of Orlando, and the way you afforded your house was with a mortgage. And now your home, your castle, when it comes time to sell it, won't get a mortgage. There's not going to be a billionaire who wants that. So property values crash. That's the cascade, like dominoes. Boom, goes the insurance industry. Boom, goes the mortgage industry. Boom, go the property values. And then out into the economy goes the harm. This isn't just Senator Whitehouse talking. This is Economist Magazine. This is the chief economist of the mortgage giant Freddie Mac. This is the chairman of the Federal Reserve telling us just recently that whole regions of the U.S. in 10 to 15 years won't be able to have mortgages, a whole region without mortgages. What happens to property values in that region? And if he's saying that in 10 to 15 years that's going to happen, what are investors going to start doing as they're planning for that future? Markets aren't going to wait until a region suddenly says, no more mortgages here. Markets are going to start to take action. Property values are going to start to decline because investors will be able to look forward and say, well, if we can't get a mortgage on that property in 10 years, property's not going to be very valuable right now. And it cascades into, we even had a hearing in the Budget Committee about how it cascades into the municipal bond market. And there's a terrific article just today confirming our warnings from the Senate Budget Committee about how this cascades into the municipal bond market. Because what happens when all those property values go down? The tax revenues of the municipality go down. And if that's happening at a time when climate risk is going up and expenditures to maintain and protect infrastructure are going up, you're in a terrible situation for your bondholders because you have less money to pay your bondholders and more expenses. So the municipal bond markets are starting to take action. They're starting to look at this as a real problem. This is real stuff. The international organization that gives the international banking world warnings about what's coming just did a report on this very situation. The Financial Stability Board, it's called. And its report is titled Assessment of Climate-Related Vulnerabilities, 16 January 2025. And its warnings are that the banking system is imperiled. Because frankly, if you can't write mortgages in whole regions of the country, particularly if you're a regional bank, then that line of business for you is shot. Or if you're a bank whose ratings, whose safety for all the depositors depends on a loan-to-value ratio, that is sort of the coin of the realm for the solvency of banks, if your loan portfolio has collateral from the homes on which you wrote mortgages, and the value of that collateral has dropped because of this insurance problem, you can move pretty quickly from being a solvent bank to being an insolvent bank that regulators have to move in and shore up or take over. And the warnings are serious enough that the Financial Stability Board is warning banks all around the world, get ready. This problem is coming. And it is. So that's the context for this embarrassing display that we saw today in the Senate. Whatever you want for the fossil fuel industry, even if it's the right to leak and pollute and maintain your equipment worse than your own industry recommends, we got your back. Leak away, pollute away. What could possibly go wrong? Well, here's what could possibly go wrong. The natural systems that are being disrupted by these emissions control the weather, and the weather produces climate risk, and the insurance industry has to look forward accurately because it owes that duty to its shareholders, and they look forward and they say, whoops, we're out of here. And then the cascade begins from insurance to mortgage to property values to a general economic crash expected by the economists to be $25 trillion globally. It's really pretty stunning. So let me go through some of my charts here. Here's a chart that looks at the scenarios for the future with respect to how carbon emissions and methane emissions will endanger our safety. This is derived from all the peer-reviewed scenarios that were provided over the years to the IPCC, the International Climate Tracking Body. They looked at about 1,200 of them. Of those 1,200 various climate scenarios, there are 11 left. 11 out of 1,200 that allow us to get to a pathway to climate safety. Only 11. They all have two characteristics. They overshoot first, so you need to have carbon capture and specifically direct air capture to get us back on the pathway to safety. It's not enough to stop the polluting, you actually have to extract the excess carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. Trump just demolished all the offices at the Department of Energy that support carbon capture, which is a little weird because the fossil fuel industry has depended on carbon capture for rhetorical support of its continued pollution. The argument roughly is, don't worry about us continuing to pollute because carbon capture is going to come along and save the day. Of course, that rhetoric is not backed up by investment because over and over again they refuse to actually build carbon capture equipment. It's a talking point, not a real solution that they will put any investment behind. And when regulators try to say, well, think about carbon capture, that'll reduce the pollution here of this carbon pollutant, they say, oh, no, that's not a serious technology, we can't do that. It's a serious technology when we're trying to continue polluting and use this as our rhetorical excuse to keep polluting. But if you actually want us to apply it, oh no, that's a different thing. We're not going to talk about that. So here they all are. They all overshoot, this one just by a little. So you need that direct air capture. And then the other thing that they all need a price on carbon. They all need for it to stop being free to pollute. It is now mandatory, if we are going to get on a pathway to climate safety, that there be a price on pollution. The free to pollute business model that the fossil fuel industry defends so virulently is a pathway to disaster. We have to put a price on greenhouse gas emissions or fail. And today was the little canary in the coal mine for how responsible we'll be about putting a price on carbon. Because today we blew up a price on methane, an even more dangerous greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide, under circumstances in which we had literally paid the industry $1.5 billion as a bounty to clean up its own act, and then limited the penalty, the methane fee, to only those companies that couldn't meet even their own industry standards. And you can bet that the industry standards are pretty generous to the industry. Nobody developed standards that are terrible for their own industry. This was their self-imposed industry standards, and only the ones that couldn't meet their own industry standards would pay the penalty. And we just stripped that away. The methane fee is headed for gone. So if that's the canary in the coal mine of where this body is going to be now that we have to put a price on carbon or condemn our children and our grandchildren to worsening climate disaster and worsening economic disaster, what a signal we just sent. What a shameful, disgraceful signal we just sent. Here's some of the stuff that's coming our way. Let me start with some of the work that we did in the Budget Committee. We went out and we dug out from the insurance industry information about their non-renewal rates. What's a non-renewal rate? Well, a non-renewal is when there you are, the customer of the insurance company, and it comes time of the year when they renew your policy, send you the new bill, all of that. But this time, even if you've been a good client, paying your premiums regularly for 15, 20 years maybe, what comes in the mailbox isn't the updated contract and the new bill for you to pay. Nope, it's a notice saying you are fired as our client. We are not going to have you as a customer anymore. How many businesses want to tell a loyal customer, go away? This is not ordinary business behavior. It's driven because they can't figure out the risk of your property any longer. So they non-renew you. They don't want your check any longer. They don't want you as a customer any longer because your property is now so unpredictably dangerous to them that they just walk away. And where is it happening? Well, guess what? Florida's at the epicenter. Louisiana's at the epicenter. California, because of wildfires, is at the epicenter. It spreads all across mostly heavily coastal areas. But wildfires catching up, don't worry. And then this measures the rate of increase. It's not just a question of how many non-renewals, it's how many more each year. How much is the insurance company increasing its shedding of customers? So you see it popping up even here in Montana. From Florida to Montana, it's spread all over. And after we did this research, folks came in behind us and did some more detailed research. So let me start with this one first. This took our research and the insurance information that we used, and it also projected climate risk forward. And by the way, there's a lot of this happening. This isn't just like people making this stuff up. There are entire firms that are predicting climate risk for insurance companies, for banks. This is a booming and expert area because people need to know, they need to get it right for investment purposes. So this is how climate change may cause rising insurance rates over the next 30 years. If you go to, let's say, Miami down here, or just east of Phoenix here, you see that the color gets really dark. Here along the North Florida East Coast, the shade gets really dark, and you can't read this on the TV, on the screen, but I'll tell you, that means a 300% increase over the next 30 years. So let's go back to what I said earlier about Miami-Dade. The average property insurance premium is $17,000. When you're increasing by 300%, you're quadrupling. So 4 times $17,000, that's $68,000 every year, average for Miami-Dade County, if this comes true. Now, to get just a little bit mathematically here and wonky, if you look at the present value of a $68,000 charge every single year out into the future, you get a big number. And that number comes right off the value of your property. If your home is for sale, and let's say it's a $500,000 home, and somebody comes and they'll say, well, it's a $500,000 home. I'll pay you $500,000 for it. That makes perfect sense. And then you say, yes, but there's this other little consideration, which is that when you buy that home, you're also buying into a huge, let's, for purposes of argument, say $20,000 annual charge. Well, if you're offered that deal, here's a home worth $500,000, will you pay $500,000 for it? Sure, I will. Here's a home worth $500,000, but it comes with an annual $20,000 cost that you have to carry. You're going to pay $500,000 for that? Of course you're not, because you're going to bake into the value what the present value is of those $20,000 payments you're going to have to make year after year after year just to keep your home insured. So property values crash when home insurance premiums spike. And as you see, it's the wildfire and coastal areas that are hardest hit across red and blue states alike. And when those premiums increase and the housing prices fall, here is where home values may decline because of climate change. How far are we looking forward? We're looking forward 30 years. Why are we looking forward 30 years in this? Because that's how long a mortgage is. In the life of a mortgage. So here, you see the maps look kind of alike. This one is happening quicker, so the response is quicker, the colors get darker quicker, there's more of the map that's darker. But this is where it really hits home. This is change in home value due to insurance costs over the 30-year life of the mortgage. And it goes from no change expected at all in all of these tan areas, all the way up to minus 100% change in home value. That's pretty easy math. Minus 100% change in home value means your home is worth nothing any longer. And that is popping up all over. So, solving for this is a real and now problem, because who's going to look forward 30 years to see where a home will have no value any longer? Banks that are issuing mortgages will. So this isn't a 30 years from now problem. This is a now problem as banks start to look at this information and wonder about putting a mortgage on a property whose collateral value to them at the end of the mortgage will be zero. That is not a good business proposition for them. And from a bank solvency point of view, it hits them at the heart of their loan-to-value ratio based on the value of their collateral. So it puts them in peril as a solvent institution as well. So banks are going to start looking at this stuff way ahead of 30 years. Indeed, they're starting to look at it already. So, why does the fossil fuel industry need to spend so much money preventing Congress from taking proper action when the science has been so clear forever? The chickens are coming home to roost in the economy through the insurance industry. The insurance industry is not going to listen to fossil fuel lies about what the future looks like when it has trillions of dollars at stake. It's going to continue to get it right, and it's going to continue to back away from risk if we don't solve this. So this is all deadly real and coming now. Why does the fossil fuel industry spend so much money to block us in Congress from doing this? The reason is, well, there's several. One is the $700 billion subsidy they get every year from being able to pollute for free. But the other thing is that the public is really concerned about this. The public actually really wants climate action. So they have to defeat public opinion. They have to make this body serve them and not the public. They have to make the Senate ignore the American people. And of course you do that with this massive campaign of dark money, political influence, fake science, phony front groups, the whole multi-billion-dollar operation. Because, and I know, I apologize to viewers, you can't read this. So I'll read it aloud. This is a polling chart with a sample size of around 2,000 people. It's a pretty serious poll. I had the guy who I know who's a pollster take a look at it. He said, yep, this is solid. This is the real deal. So Let's look at what it shows. We'll start with the second one down. The second one down right here reads, penalties on high pollution imports. Of the survey, 12% of Americans were opposed to penalties on high pollution imports. 12% opposed to penalties on high pollution imports. Support? 74%. 74% of Americans would like to see our economy protected by penalties on high pollution imports for, among other reasons, to make sure that our manufacturers have a fair chance when we're not high pollution, to make sure that those high polluting foreign companies pay a penalty in order to come into our market. 12% to 74%. That is a huge margin. The American public are eager for us to take political action to solve this problem, which is why the fossil fuel industry has to come in here and spend so much money and use so much pressure and get so much influence and put $100 million into Trump's political coffers, plus whatever they did in dark money. They have to do all that because the public is on to what is going on. Here's another one. Reduce carbon pollution across industry. 9% opposed, 76% positive. If my math is right, that's a 67% swing between opposed and supported. That is massive public support for reducing carbon pollution. Putting carbon pollution limits on big companies, 12% opposed, 72% support, a differential of 60%. The American people are really, really leaning in to carbon pollution limits on big companies. They would love to see that by a margin of 72 to 12. And then here's the one that relates to what we've just done today. Impose a fee on big polluters. Impose a fee on big polluters. 10% opposed. 10% of Americans are opposed to imposing a fee on big polluters. 74% of Americans support it. A 64% differential. 74 to 10. That is a rout. That is a mandate. But what did we do just today about that mandate? We just voted down a fee on big polluters, even though it was front-loaded with a $1.5 billion chunk of corporate welfare for them to spend to clean up their messes. Shouldn't be the taxpayer's business to get a corporation to clean up its messes on its own. But this is the fossil fuel industry, so that's what we did. We gave them $1.5 billion to take care of their own equipment. And then we asked, once that's done, when this fee goes into effect, you're going to have to pay if you're still polluting. You don't have to pay a nickel if you only meet your own industry trade association standards. But if you can't even meet your own industry trade association standards, there will be a fee. So $1.5 billion in free corporate welfare for the polluters to clean up their equipment, and in return, a fee on big polluters. You got to be a big polluter. It's not the little guys we're going after here. And you got to be worse than your own industry standard. That's the population we were dealing with here. And we just voted down a fee on big polluters, not all big polluters, in this case, the big polluters who don't even meet their own industry standards for leaks. We just voted that down, even though 74% of the public would like to see fees on big polluters, and even though only 10% would oppose that. Why do we behave this way in this body? Why do we ignore 74% of the American people? Why do we follow the 10% who don't want this? In a democracy where the majority is supposed to rule and we have a 74-10 vote, fossil fuel industry influence, plain and simple. Because the public, oh my Lord, they are so with it. Even something like, get really rough here, phase out the burning of fossil fuels. 26% opposed, 54 support. 2-1 for something as strenuous as phasing out the burning of fossil fuels. Stop new fossil fuel projects. 25% opposed, 48% support. 2-1 support for something as strenuous as stop new fossil fuel projects. That's where the American public is. And the idea, everybody gets that you shouldn't pollute for free. I mean, for Pete's sake, if you go to somebody's house and you knock over your soda, you go get a napkin and you clean up your mess. This is basic stuff. When children make a mess, what do their parents tell them? No, you're not going to the movies. No, you're not doing whatever it is you want until you clean up your mess. Put your stuff away. You made that mess, clean it up. It's basic responsibility that we apply to children. But will we apply to the fossil fuel industry? No, because they come in here squirting money all over the place, making threats, and using this whole armada of climate denial front groups to pretend that what is true is actually false. And again, if you think that's because some green people say that, no. The insurance industry is saying this. Because the insurance industry is saying the risks of climate change are so real, we have to get out of certain markets. We have to quadruple our rates in certain areas. We have to have additional props from state government to stay in the state at all. Do we have an alternative? Boy, do we ever. We got a great alternative, and that's why 74% of Americans versus 10 who oppose would like to see a fee on big polluters. It's fair, it's right, and there's a real alternative. You can go to wind and solar. This map is of various sections of the world, and it shows where there's good baseline wind energy to take advantage of. And here's the good old United States of America. Best case situation. We are sitting on a free, renewable resource as the wind blows, and all we have to do is build the turbines to collect it. And if you like solar, here's how well we do on solar. Boy, you go through the Southwest, that is rich country for solar. We could be truly energy independent with wind and solar. Free of OPEC and cartel pricing, free of all the pollution costs and all the trauma and drama in the insurance industry from those pollution costs. We could be free of all of that, and it would be less expensive. And it's there. It's there for us. It's there for the taking. And with $100 million that was given by the fossil fuel industry to the Trump administration, what does the Trump administration do? By the way, to clarify. $100 million reported. Dark money, 500 million, a billion, who knows? Trump asked them for $1 billion in that quid pro quo meeting down at Mar-a-Lago. He said, give me $1 billion, here's all the stuff I'll do for you. And he went through the fossil fuel industry checklist. So we know he got 100 million of it. Who knows what else he got? But what he said in his recent fake energy emergency declaration, he said that all of this solar, all of this wind potential, he said it's not even energy. If you look at how he defines the word energy, it's every kind of fossil fuel and nuclear and hydro. No solar, no wind. It's not even considered energy, which is weird because there are a bunch of states in which solar and wind are really big. Once you get past California, the top 3 states for solar are all red states. The top states for wind are all red states. I've been to Iowa to look at the wind farms out there. Iowa has the highest concentration of wind power of any state. It has so much wind power that the grid operator in Iowa has figured out that it can treat the wind as base load power. There's a common, forgive my term, knucklehead argument that, ooh, what happens when the wind stops blowing? Well, the wind doesn't stop blowing. Not everywhere. You may have a still day in one place, but there's enough wind blowing around Iowa that the grid operator, not a greenie, a technician who has the duty to keep the grid up and operating, has determined that they can dial in wind as base load because somewhere it's going to be operating. So we have enormous, enormous capacity here. Wind and solar are big contributors to the energy portfolio in major red states. There is no logic, there is no sense, there is no integrity to saying that wind and solar aren't even energy, unless you're listening to the worst voices in the fossil fuel industry, the ones who don't dare to compete with wind and solar because they know it's cheaper. And it's not enough for them to sit on a $700 billion annual subsidy to suppress wind, to suppress solar, to move costs that should be theirs onto the general public. It's not enough to enjoy a $700 billion subsidy every single darned year. Now they've got Trump to say that solar and wind aren't even energy. Aren't even energy. It has gotten just wild. And here's an example of the costs. This is a residential area in Los Angeles, taken in the fires that just burned. Pretty serious tragedy for those individuals who lost their homes, lost all the treasured possessions that they cared about. Also a tragedy for pretty much everybody in California, because there's already been $1 billion assessment from the California backup insurance plan, the state plan, the FAIR plan they called it, on insurers. Sorry guys, need $1 billion from you to prop up our state plan. And by the way, half of that $1 billion you got and collect it from your customers. So all customers are going to pay an extra $500 million from this in California. And California is only the most recent example of wildfire damage. In Oregon, you had entire towns destroyed by wildfires. Good luck getting insurance in those areas. So the pain is very real, the cost is very real, the damage to markets is very real, and it's all to try to keep out the truly low-cost power. Here are electricity costs over time. Starts here back in 2009. Here we are in 2023. This, the lowest cost, is wind. Next one up, the yellow here, used to be expensive, used to be the highest. Now, it's just an inch above wind as the lowest cost electricity, and it's solar panels. Next up, natural gas. Next up, geothermal. In this race down here, wind and solar beat natural gas all the time. Again, that's why the fossil fuel industry has to come to Congress with its phony front groups and its super PACs and its dark money and its influence and throw its weight around, because even natural gas loses on price to solar and wind. And now their response is so crude as to get the guy who they put $100 million into the political pockets of to define energy as not even including solar and wind. Here are some of the threats that we've heard. This is from the article I showed you earlier. Front page, Economist magazine, not a green publication. This is about the danger to the world's real estate markets. It begins by saying, if I recall the article correctly, that what we're looking at is a shock to the largest asset class on the planet. The impending bill from climate damage, the impending bill is so huge, in fact, that it will have grim implications not just for personal prosperity, not just the homeowners, not just the people who have to pay the high insurance costs, not just personal prosperity, but also for the financial system, which aligns exactly with what the chief economist for Freddie Mac said. This cascades. The insurance market fails, mortgage markets fail, property values fall, and the financial system crashes. That's why the Financial Stability Board wrote this report warning of systemic, is the magic word, dangers to the financial system. Systemic sounds like a super boring word, but in the context of economic dangers, it's the most terrifying word there is, because it means that the economic danger has jumped the fence. It means that it's no longer the affected industry that's affected when things go wrong. It means that it's so bad that it cascades out across the economy. Like 2008, when a bunch of crooked mortgages and a bunch of creepy ratings blew up the whole national economy. You didn't have to have a bad mortgage to be hurt in that. Everybody was hurt in that. That is a systemic harm. And here's how it's going to work, they say. If the size of the risk, this risk to property values from the insurance load and from, direct destruction by hail and storms and everything else, if the size of the risk suddenly sinks in and borrowers and lenders alike realize the collateral underpinning so many transactions. The collateral is not just behind an individual mortgage, but behind the big tranches of mortgages that are bought and sold, behind Fannie and Freddie, which buy huge numbers of mortgages that are all at risk. the collateral underpinning so many transactions is not worth as much as they thought, a wave of repricing will reverberate through financial markets. This is what we are spinning towards. Conclusion from The Economist: climate change, in short, could prompt the next global property crash. Climate change, in short, could prompt the next global property crash. I don't know how much more clear the warning could be. And it's not just the Economist article. Here's the corporate consultancy Deloitte. Again, The Economist is not a liberal paper. It is not an environmental paper. It is a very conservative, business-oriented paper. The Financial Stability Board is not a bunch of Green New Dealers. It is people whose job is to protect the international banking system. And Deloitte is a corporate consultancy. If we allow climate change to go unchecked, it will ravage our global economy. If we allow climate change to go unchecked, it will ravage our global economy. How much clearer does the warning have to be? That talks about the global economy. They look specifically at the United States. For the United States, the damages to 2070, that's their window, they're looking forward, what would that be, 45 years, are projected to reach $14.5 trillion. $14.5 trillion in economic damage in the United States. A lifetime loss of nearly $70,000 for each working American. How many working Americans even have $70,000 put away someplace? If they do have $70,000 for each, it's probably in the value of their home. And if their home is in one of these regions where property values are going to fall because of the combination of insurance cost and insurance unavailability, including a change in home value straight to minus 100% or a zeroing out of the home value, then good luck with that loss of near $70,000. It's going to be hard to stop, though, even with all the influence peddling that takes place around here, even with all the political pressure, even with all the dark money threats and all the dark money cajoling and all the dark money inducements, because solar and battery storage are kind of killing it. I mean, this is solar and battery storage in new U.S. generating capacity additions, the stuff that's being added to the grid. Solar is more than half. Solar alone is 52% of all the new additions. Think how many people were employed in that new solar construction. And this administration wants to pretend that that's not even energy? That's how bad the pretense has to be to grovel before the fossil fuel interests with their big checkbooks? To pretend that solar isn't even energy when it's 52% of what was put in last year? 29% was battery storage? You put solar and battery storage together, %80 of the new electricity generating installations in our country was solar and battery storage. And by the way, they play really nicely together. Because when the sun ain't shining, because it's nighttime, your batteries kick in. And so solar and battery together or baseload natural gas. And here it comes. Here it comes. Wind is another 12%. So if you add all this up, it's about 93% of the new power that came onto our grid or is coming onto our grid in 2025. 93% is wind, solar, and battery. 7% is natural gas. So we're doubling down on 7% and taking the 93% and pretending it's not even energy? That doesn't even make sense. But it shows how ferocious and rapacious the fossil fuel industry is when it uses its political power and its super PACs and its front groups and its dark money and all of that to demand that we stop defining wind and solar as energy. That violates the dictionary. But that's how their behavior is, and that is why today was so aggravating and so wrong. Because, frankly, the fossil fuel industry should have had the decency to let this one go. Pick something else. But what they went forward with was a reasonable fee after a $1.5 billion government handout for leaks of methane, a deadly dangerous climate gas, that they're just leaking. You could fix it with wrenches. Fix the pipes, fix the valves, fix the wells. Just do it. You should be doing it as a good citizen anyway. But then we gave you $1.5 billion in a free taxpayer handout to do what you should have been doing anyway. So now you're up $1.5 billion. And all we asked in return was that if you're among the worst polluters in your industry, if you can't meet your own industry standards, well, then you got to pay until you clean up your act. Give you an incentive to go clean up your act. Your fee goes to zero if you only meet your own industry standards for leaks. What could be more reasonable? And yet, this industry is so politically rapacious right now that it went after that. And that's what we saw today. That was so low. Makes me think of this cartoon. I don't know how well you can see it. There's a couple of MAGA folks standing out in front of Mar-a-Lago saying, boy, we sure showed those elites who's in charge. But who's behind the wall of Mar-a-Lago? All the big special interests. All the big special interests getting what they want. Big oil, right there, front and center. Coal, right there, front and center. And that's what's happening. That's what's happening. Electric prices are going to go up. Why? Because fossil fuel is more expensive. Because when you take the industry that is producing 93% of our new additions, there's a reason the market has chosen that 93%. They chose it because it's cheaper. It's a better business proposition. Take that out, and what do you have more of? You have more of the expensive fossil fuel plants. The way this works is that a whole bunch of plants are on the grid, standing by, ready to produce power as demand kicks in. And the way the grid operators do it is they start with the lowest cost providers, the lowest cost energy. And then as demand grows, they work up the dispatch queue to bring on more and more and more expensive energy sources. So if you strip out the less expensive stuff, if you strip out solar and wind and pretend they're not even energy any longer, what happens? The more expensive plants are the ones that run more, and bills go up. If you look at the wealth of our country in wind capability and in solar capability, we are rich with wind and solar. But if we don't take advantage of those free domestic resources, then we're stuck behind the fossil fuel cartel, behind OPEC. And we saw what happened, run up their prices, even though their costs hadn't gone up, run up their prices to take advantage of that world market surge. And they made, as a result, the biggest profits in the history of the planet. They gouged the American consumer willfully. That's a risk that goes away of price spikes happening in global fossil fuel markets. That is a risk that goes away when you're counting on God's own wind and solar that we have in such abundance. But when you got all the special interests packed into Mar-a-Lago, wheeling and dealing, when it's the looters and polluters who are making the decisions, this is what you get. Costs are going to go up for Americans because of the malign influence of the fossil fuel industry in Congress. They just are. It's basic economics. And that doesn't even count the $700 billion worth of harm that the emissions are causing, which are already starting to come home to roost in the insurance market. Let me show you one more thing, and I will ask unanimous consent to use an oversized slide here.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is oversized because it's big. This was a full-page ad in the New York Times, Sunday, December 6, 2009. Barack Obama was president. And to be absolutely candid, he wasn't doing much on climate. The Obama administration went through a long period of not darn much on climate. So, this full-page ad was taken out in the New York Times. Dear President Obama and the United States Congress, tomorrow, leaders from 192 countries will gather at the UN Climate Change Conference in Copenhagen to determine the fate of our planet. As business leaders, the advertisement continues, we are optimistic that President Obama is attending Copenhagen with emissions targets. Additionally, we urge you, our government, to strengthen and pass United States legislation and lead the world by example. We support your effort to ensure meaningful and effective measures to control climate change, an immediate challenge facing the United States and the world today. Please don't postpone the Earth. If we fail to act now, it is scientifically irrefutable that there will be catastrophic and irreversible consequences for humanity and our planet. We recognize the key role that American innovation and leadership play in stimulating the worldwide economy. Investing in a clean energy economy will drive state-of-the-art technologies that will spur economic growth, create new energy jobs, and increase our energy security, all while reducing the harmful emissions that are putting our planet at risk. We have the ability and the know-how to lead the world in clean energy technology, to thrive in a global market and economy. But we must embrace the challenge today to ensure that future generations are left with a safe planet and a strong economy. Please allow us, the United States of America, to serve in modeling the change necessary to protect humanity and our planet. Signed by Donald J. Trump, Chairman and President. Donald J. Trump Jr., Executive Vice President. Eric F. Trump, Executive Vice President. Ivanka M. Trump, Executive Vice President, and the Trump Organization. "15 years ago, the guy who now says that solar and wind aren't even energy, despite their prominence in the economies and the grids of so many red states, despite making up 93% of the new capacity added to the grid in this year, that same guy, please act now. It is scientifically irrefutable that there will be catastrophic and irreversible consequences for humanity and our planet. We will spur, with clean energy, economic growth. We will create new energy jobs. We'll increase our energy security, all while reducing the harmful emissions that are putting our planet at risk." Signed, Donald J. Trump. Before the fossil fuel industry was in a position to put $100 million into his campaign to help him get elected. Assuming it's only $100 million. Could be $1 billion, I don't know. They use dark money so well you can't keep track. $100 million is just what we could count. But there was Donald J. Trump before, telling Obama, do a better job, President Obama. Get after this clean energy stuff. It is scientifically irrefutable that we are in deep trouble. And America can lead on clean energy. We can be the best there is. We can create jobs. We can develop the technologies of tomorrow. Do a better job, Obama. Get us there. That was what he said then. Now what he says is solar and wind aren't even energy. And he supports this vote that knocked out a reasonable fee on methane leaks. Leaks, for God's sake. And only the leaks that were from the worst industry participants, the ones who didn't even meet their own crummy industry standard for leaks. These are like the bad outliers who won't even meet their own industry standard and got $1.5 billion in a corporate handout to clean up their own darn equipment, which they should take care of themselves. And then after all that, they come in and undo the fee. And obviously, President Trump wanted it because Republicans wouldn't be doing that stuff here if he didn't. So we're back to the looters and polluters being in charge. We're back to immense harm to the American economy that has already started. Just look at the Florida insurance market. You see it coming. The warnings could not be clearer. When I ran the budget committee, I circulated this volume, which I will spare you reading right now, of all of the reports that have come out, peer-reviewed official reports about the economic risks of climate change. The exposure of UK investors, including insurance companies, to stranded fossil fuel assets is potentially huge. Climate change will threaten financial resilience and long-term prosperity. Investments in fossil fuels and related technologies may take a huge hit. Estimates of losses are large and range from $1 trillion to $4 trillion when considering the energy sector alone, or up to $20 trillion when looking at the economy more broadly. A third of all oil reserves, half of gas reserves, and over 80% of current coal reserves should remain unused in order to meet the target of 2 degrees Celsius. When that happens, the carbon bubble bursts and you get these massive losses. The losses from the carbon bubble could be a loss comparable to the 2008 financial crisis. That's the carbon bubble. The insurance risk from a coastal property values crash, equivalent to the 2008 mortgage meltdown, is another risk. They're separate risks. They could both take place. And there's a third one, which is the wildfire risk, which wasn't part of the original coastal risk report. So the risks are piling up and piling up and piling up. It really is time we take this seriously. To the we are already seeing it landing in people's mail slots in the form of quadrupling of insurance bills, in the form of non-renewal notices. And that doesn't even count the harm that's being done in the real world. I'm talking about economic harms here, the things that are going to hit people in the pocketbook, the things that are going to make the bills harder to pay around the kitchen table, the stuff that is in people's financial lives. But before I close, I want to remind everybody here that the stuff going wrong goes wrong in the real world in a way that goes beyond economic measure. The insurance harm, the carbon bubble harm, the threat of another 2008-style financial meltdown across 3 separate fronts, wildfire, carbon bubble, and coastal, all of that just takes a piece of it. But in the meantime, we're also seeing our world turned upside down. We're also seeing changes that are deeply personal. How do you put a value on a grandfather not being able to take his granddaughter to the creek where he used to go fishing, where his grandfather taught him to fish? And now he can't do that with his granddaughter because it dried up, because it's drought, because the water is too warm for trout to live in it any longer. How do you put a value on that? You can't. When you're dealing with just the economics of climate change, you're already being fundamentally irresponsible because you're not giving due respect to God's creation. There are so many miracles that take place on this planet. I went to Delaware to see the arrival of the red knot. A red knot is a bird. It's not much bigger than this glass of water. And it does amazing things. It flies from the southern end of South America all the way up to Brazil. And then it flies from Brazil to Delaware Bay. There's no place to land, if you look at the map, between Brazil and Delaware Bay. This is a small bird flying all of those hundreds of miles, somehow knowing where Delaware Bay is and landing there, timed in God and nature's beautiful way, timed to land in Delaware Bay when the horseshoe crabs are releasing their eggs. And the horseshoe crabs were all over the beach. And these birds had come in because in God's grace, somehow they knew to fly from Brazil to Delaware Bay then, and that food source would be there for them so they could fuel up and continue the rest of their journey up into the Arctic. This is a bird that migrates from the southern end of South America to Brazil, across the ocean to Delaware Bay, and then up to the Arctic every year. A tiny little bird that can accomplish that. Hell, I'd be tired in a plane flight from Brazil to Delaware, sitting in a seat and being given a soda. These little miracles fly that flight. And if we screw this planet up the way we're doing, and the different life cycles, in this case of the horseshoe crab and the red knot, no longer line up, and when they land, the food source isn't there for them, that species gets clobbered. What's the value in money of this heroic little species performing this amazing achievement year in and year out, and suddenly finding out that it doesn't work any longer, that they will starve and die because we fouled up the timing of the natural systems that they need to have work for them? Can you put a price on that? No. It's worth zero. It's worth zero. What is the price of going down off a boat into the water, down towards a reef, and as you fall through the water towards the reef, and as it becomes clear what's along the bottom below you, and for the first time going back to familiar spots, you see that the coral is bleaching white. You see that it's so distressed that it can't manage the relationship between the coral polyps and the algae, and it bleaches white. It's an alarm signal that something has gone wrong in that coral reef. If you look at many coral reefs in the Caribbean, it's all white. It's all white. And then it begins to fall apart, and pretty soon you have rubble. And what used to be a vibrant living coral reef with all the glorious colors and all the interacting ways in which nature makes her magic work, and all of that is turned to what looks like rubble in a construction site because the water was too warm, the water was too acidic, the oxygen levels were too low, and all of that died. What's the value of that? The value of that is zero to us here in Mammon, where we only care about things that can be assigned a dollar value. So it ain't just the economic harm that's coming at us. We are doing something that is so grievously disrespectful to this world that God gave us, to the natural order of it that sustains our livelihoods on this planet. And today was just such an embarrassing example of our disrespect. If you had to pick the most unworthy segment of the fossil fuel industry, it's probably the companies that take such bad care of their own equipment that they're the worst leakers in their whole industry. And that is the population that we served today after having given them a $1.5 billion handout. And the reciprocal for that was when you're in the worst half, when you're still leaking, even though we gave you $1.5 billion to fix your leaks, when that's you that's left, you got to pay a fee, an incentive to just knock it off, just quit the pollution. When we can't do that, shame on us. With that, Mr. President, I will yield the floor.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.